We've made our way back to sunny Southern California, where on any given day you could see sports cars, muscle cars, exotics, but today it's all about race cars. Welcome to Show 2 of the ForzaRC Invitational Series 2019, live from Burbank, California. I'm Katie Osborne, and last week we had the opportunity to see 7 of the 13 teams compete, and today we're going to see those final 6 as they all are trying to make their way to the playoffs. But this season, as we all know, is quite a bit different than what we've seen in the past, and here's the breakdown. Right now we're in the middle of this round 1. We saw matches 1 and 2 last week, so now we're in the middle of 3 and 4. Looking forward, we see Racing Saloons up against week 4 in round 2. Round 3 has week 5 and 6. And then, of course, we have that last chance qualifier where 4 teams will compete. One of those will move on to the live LAN event, which will be November 23rd and 24th, the finals, taking home $250,000. This is something that this series is making some big moves, and we are all about it. Alongside me is Brian Meckberg. You may know him as the basically a Forza manager for all things in the community, and also. Yeah. I see his face more than anybody within ForzaRC.
I'm sorry about that.
And then, of course, we have Andy Berg, who is a Forza racing aficionado and also an analyst now with us, which we are so stoked to have you yet again on board. You guys bring so much heat. You guys were here last week. Break it down, because my goodness, we had some good racing, but I think on the overall, we're seeing some big changes.
We're seeing big changes throughout, because this is a brand new year for the Forza Racing Championships. So last year was all about individual drivers doing their thing. This time it's about teams, and it's about how do teams work together, 3-man teams, drivers and a coach. How do they work together on the track to get the most points possible?
These teams hand selected those drivers, and they're from around the world, so we got a whole diverse competition.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and we can see kind of how we're going to be breaking down what you guys can look forward to here the rest of the day as we're kind of talking about the ForzaRC Invitational Series 2019. Team racing is here. We have those coaches, we have strategy, and all that nitty gritty we're going to get to. But first, let's talk about the series altogether. Brian, what is so significantly different in your point of view? And you've been on board for a long time now. What are some of the big changes that you think are advantages to the series this year?
You can't deny that team racing is a huge, important part of this, obviously, but in the end, this is still racing, right? We're talking about points across the line, those top finishers moving on, scoring points, hopefully moving on to the next round, just like Red Bull Racing did this week to compete in this week.
And we're seeing this, Andy, that we're seeing round 1 as match 1 and 2. Now we're still under that grouping. As I'd like to say, it basically is part 2 of chapter 1. The matches are so important. Why do you see those so valuable to the series this year, Andy?
It's a chance to race against the fastest drivers in the world in that strategy format. Yeah. And we saw Lazarus last week. That's a fast team, and they didn't come out of that first round alive. It was a tough matchup, Williams. But it's all about that strategy and that dichotomy of teams. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely, it has. And I think something to note is that these teams are all trying to earn these points to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Brian, break down that overarching theme just so we can all catch up to speed.
Your idea is to get into the playoffs, right? You want to be one of those 8 teams that makes it into the playoffs on November 23rd and 24th. And the way you do that is you score points in a match. We saw Williams score an incredible 107 points in match 1 last week. Red Bull did its best to match that point total, but they only managed 98. They're looking today to score more points than Williams. They want that top seed in the finals.
You know, one thing that the ForzaRC is very known for, because we have some crazy, wonderful, extremely, I don't know how you would call them drivers, but they definitely like to get into it. And rubbing is racing. We all know that. That is something that comes from the motorsport side. But sometimes, when push comes to shove, literally, penalties are incurred. Andy, walk us through the penalties of what really that adds to the series altogether.
Yeah, there's an eye in the sky.
Yeah.
So obviously, with the implementation of Forza race regulations, that's going to help identify when those drivers take advantage of the track limitations.
Yeah. And that's an automated system, right? That is system-wide in Forza Motorsport 7. When you cut a track and you get an advantage from that, you will get an automatic penalty. But there's also adjudicators, Andy, that are looking at every incident in real time. and handing down penalties as appropriate.
What are some examples, Andy, that someone could see a penalty as, and we could see as this live adjudication process is happening?
Well, obviously collisions, you're going to see those happen on track. A car hits another car, that's going to be pretty easy to identify. But they're looking, what Forza race regulations does is it identifies when a driver takes advantage of a corner, for example. They'll cut a corner, basically getting around the track faster. Same thing on the other end, they exit on the corner and they extend. So those are some things that you may not necessarily see if you're new to Forza, but Forza racing regulations, they'll get you every time.
And we saw it affect races last week. Penalties have an effect, right? The provisional order is only provisional because they have to keep in mind those penalties which will affect the final race order.
Sure. And Brian, you've been involved in a position with this, I think, overarching theme with these penalties. You've been someone that has really had to analyze what happened and gone back and had this conversation. How is this different in 2019 than in years past?
Well, I think people will remember how long it took to adjudicate races in previous seasons. What's great about Forza race regulations, a lot of that is done automatically by the system. And so there's still that human factor of having to judge incidents on the track, which is always a part of racing. That's what we always see, even in real life racing, where we have marshals who are doing their job. But it's just quicker this time around because a lot of that is handled by the FRR system.
Someone's going to be unhappy about every collision no matter what.
That's right. Someone's always going to be aggrieved.
And then when they get the penalty, they're like, come on, he hit me, or I hit, it was the other guy.
That's right.
That
it's
happens
always
every
the other
time.
guy.
It's always the other guy.
Yeah.
Always someone, also racing mentality. It's someone else's fault.
Absolutely.
Always someone else's fault. Make sure you join us on chat. And if you are driving here today, please let us know, your thoughts on the penalties and keep providing that feedback because that just makes the show that much better when you do so. Another thing that we talk about is strategy. And this high-level strategy this year in 2019 is completely different than in years past. Brian, why?
Because we have many different car choices this time around. We have the idea of where your car is placed in the field can offer advantages both in points that you can score and boosts that you can earn. I know we've got to talk about boosts, Andy, because that's important, but where it's not just the cars you choose, it's the builds you make, it's where you start, where you finish. All these things matter. All these coaches and teams are working together to make these strategic decisions.
Strategy, it's all about that balance of speed versus grip. We've basically given these teams an Amex card, and it's up to them.
Nice.
Well, there's a limit.
Oh, there's a credit limit?
There's a credit limit on this Amex card. There's only so much you can spend.
Right.
And they spend performance parts, upgrades to make those cars perform faster on track.
Yeah, and not only the strategy within the cars, but now you have this team strategy and this dynamic between the coaches, you have drivers, you have people telling people who a lot of the drivers, I would assume, think they know what's best and how to perform. Now, in years past, they've been able to make those decisions by themselves. Now they're being told, they're being coached, they're being a team player. Brian, how does that make an impact?
You're seeing players already in week one. We saw players assuming roles. We saw Mitch from the Williams team get all of the performance index boosts, and it worked incredibly well for Williams. We saw Roadrunner sort of being the defensive blockade in the middle, and Seven being that number 3 driver, taking whatever points he can get a little bit further back in the field. Red Bull did a similar strategy with Lage, Box, and Venom. Whether that's going to be the go-to strat here in week 2, we'll see, but we definitely see players assuming roles on the track.
There are a couple of keywords and phrases in racing and motorsport that some people may or may not be familiar with, right? PI.
Yeah.
Performance index.
Yeah. Performance index is a shorthand. If you're new to Forza, it's a shorthand that people use to sort of give a shorthand for how a car performs. It's a numerical value. So when we talk about PI boosts and PI additions, you're essentially adding performance to a car. And there's multiple ways to do it based on the car. The width of the tire, the power of the engine. There's lots of ways to increase the PI in a car.
Today, it's restrictor plates. Restrictor plates. We'll talk about those later.
Well, why does this help enhance this game, the performance, the racing, the interactions between these drivers and teams? How does it?
It's all about that strategy, right? Just what we were talking about, that team roles. Do we give all of our PI points to a single driver? Do we spread it across the field? Where does that driver start in the field? There's so many things to consider, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching the start of today's racing. I think so much of what we're going to see in the races we're going to see is going to be happening within the first 10 seconds. And before we even get to turn 1 today.
Well, and then that's an incredible segue into the fact that it's all about the start, but there's also boost upgrades now that are happening that can really determine, a race outcome and how it all really plays out. Brian, help us work through after a start.
Yeah.
Where do these come into play?
Well, this is, there's a lot here. So let's talk about first what a boost is, and that is essentially a PI upgrade for your car. Again, depending on the car, that can be expressed in a number of different ways, but it's something you earn, Andy, for performing a feat on the track.
See them there, hard charger, clean sheet, perfect form. Once you get one of these boosts, there are high-level boost strategies you can use on track, and it's when you use it. Do you use it on a grip track or use it on an open-end, high-speed track like Road America?
This is just so exciting. There's so many great changes. There is so much strategy. And I think that's really what is going to be the difference maker in not only today, but the series altogether. But let's get racing. Let's get to the point in the meat of why we're here today. We are in match number 3 and 4, part of round 1. What are we seeing here today, and what maybe, Brian, do you expect to see? And why is Red Bull Racing, Ernie, right there with 98 points?
Well, that's their point total from last week. They're going to reset here. They're going to have 0 points going in today, and they're looking to beat that 98 points. In fact, they're looking to beat 107 points because that's the current high water mark set by Williams in match 1. They want to see if they can beat that Williams. I think they'll have a tough time, Andy, here in match 3 because they're going up some powerhouse opponents, but that's the goal. Score more than 107 points, try to get that number 1 seed in the finals.
I fully expect JOTA Esports and Sauber Esports to be at the LAN final. This is a really tough first matchup for them, but I was talking to Bokit earlier this week, and he's glad to get this matchup out of the way today.
Yeah, I don't blame him in that case at all. And actually, I think that's good. Get him out of the gate. Get him, get the dust off and really get them fired up and moving, right?
When you think about JOTA and Sauber and Mordor Game Club, let's not forget them as well. They're all three at a disadvantage here because Red Bull had a week of racing. They've had a week to test their strategies. Now, I'm sure these guys have been practicing, but there's something different between practice and putting it into action in anger here during competition. At the same time, JOTA, very experienced. Sauber, of course, we know them. Mordor's a bit of an unknown factor, but these guys are going to put it into action today and see what they can do against the best team in the world.
I mentioned at the top of the show, it's not muscle cars, it's not sports cars, it's not exotics this time around. We're doing race cars. And this is one thing to note because these tracks that are selected today, the LMP versus IndyCar setup, and there's some reasons for why those have been chosen, but those cars respond very differently. Yeah. Brian, which one would you be wishing you were in the driver's seat of?
Oh, well, I love a fast start. So if it was up to me, I'd love to be in the Forza P1 division because I love that Porsche right off the line, all-wheel drive, very fast. But this, as with every week here in the ForzaRC, all of these divisions have been carefully selected to have, they're relatively competitive with one another, but as we said last week, these cars express their speed in different ways.
And Andy, what are the challenges that these two cars bring?
This is a rock fight. This is gonna it could get ugly, it could get nasty, it could get bloody.
Good.
We get a chance to see one of my favorite cars in Forza, that's the 905. That's the early prototype class. It's got a TIE fighter on the back of that thing for a wing. A lot of speed. We're seeing 200 miles an hour today. 200 miles an hour.
And let's not forget those Indy cars.
We're going racing.
And those Indy cars are absolutely insane. And they provide a different challenge than the prototypes and the P1 cars. Very different. So this is Forza, right? It's Indy cars and P1 cars and things you don't see in real life. It happens in ForzaRC.
Maple Valley, IMS. I mean, the list Sebring, the list of the tracks that these cars are going to be running at too, I think is really going to make today dynamic. All right, that being said, it is time to introduce the guys who are behind the wheel racing today. It's the drivers and the teams, and this is really interesting to see the layout of the mix of drivers that we have, I think, within these teams, and I think some of the changes that have been made there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we start with Red Bull Racing. I mean, these are 3 of the top drivers in the world. They're amongst the
there they
look
are.
at them. They're so handsome, all 3.
Look at them.
We've got Lagebox
Hi,
and Venom on the track, and Asics, who we heard from last week, is the coach. In any other competition, these would be champion contenders. When you put them together, our question at the beginning of the week was, can these guys work together as a team? They showed a great start. They're here in match 3. So yeah, they're doing what they need to do. They're doing what Red Bull eSports should be doing.
Yeah, champs alike in there. You got some champs, you get the legacy, you have the history of their experience, the Nasics, who obviously knows a thing or two as well.
Yeah.
So interesting mix. Now, moving on to JOTA, they're the ones who are, I think, this is a wild card, I think, in a good way. And I think it's great to see a mix of gentlemen here racing together, really bringing it in, with also some history involved in some experience.
I'm looking at Commando today. He feels this is his strongest class of cars. He likes the really fast cars, the P and the X-Class cars, so I think he feels at home. I like JOTA today.
We all know Commando is murderous on a single lap. Can he? He's just incredible in a single lap. Can he get away from some of the bad luck that he's had in the past and put that aside and be the leader on his team?
These are the big questions. These are the things to look out for today, and I guarantee some of these questions will be answered as we see the day move on. All right, up next, Sauber. Let's see what we have going with them and introduce these gentlemen, who I think it's a solid lineup.
Well, if you're a longtime Forza fan, you're going to know the Sauber team. You're going to know these names. These are some stalwarts from the community, been around a long time. We have drivers like Chemical and Dave, who have been with Forza since the very beginning. Zoom, of course, sort of the odd man out on this team. We saw an incredible performance from him in 2018. I think he was the 4th overall finisher. But does he have the chemistry with the other drivers? Now, it seems like Zoom can get along with anybody. Let's not forget that Zimdog Zermatt is their coach. Incredible tactician, knows Forza backwards and forwards. He's going to be a resource for these guys to go through, and a calm voice during the middle of the race.
You know, I think that's going to be key, Andy, the calm voice and having someone in your ear like that. How advantageous do you think something like that really is for these drivers in this point in the season?
Well, the good thing about this team is each one of these drivers has raced at the biggest of stages before. So I think he's more of just keeping them in a mental check and make sure they're in the right place at the right time.
The final team group we have is Mordor, and that's, again, a group of guys who, look at that mix. Good, solid.
We've seen names like Chic Pizza in the China Invitational a few years ago in ForzaRC. So while we think that obviously all Chinese team here, new to Forza, we don't know a lot about Mango and their coach JRich921, but we have seen Chic Pizza and Miao in the China Invitational a few years ago.
How advantageous is it that they have a clean slate? Meaning their notebook is empty compared to a lot of these other teams. Is that an advantage to any degree?
They're going to have a tough day.
Yeah.
They're going to have
just wondering, just asking.
I mean, they're racing in China. You know, maybe there's going to be some ping issues. I don't know. Yep. But they're going to have to count on Chic Pizza. We saw Miao last week, technically.
Yeah, that's true. We did.
We see him last week. But Chic Pizza, he's going to be the leader today. Look for them. Can they learn something? Can they get faster today into next week?
Well, this is going to be a solid day of racing. I cannot wait to get started. I know you two are ready for it as well. Let me introduce you to our casters, the wonderful Ali Tak and Shay Adams, who are going to be calling the race. And my goodness, how's the weather over there on the other side of the studio? Miss you guys.
Well, welcome to the cool side of the studio. It's a little bit chiller over here. Thanks so much, Kate, and welcome to the brilliant world of team racing on Forza Motorsport 7. Ali Tak here, and it's a pleasure to be joined once again by motorsport aficionado, general awesome person. And
you stole that from Katie.
Did I steal that? Was that straight out of her mouth?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, trademarked Katie Osborne.
Yeah, I think she owns aficionado now.
Okay, I'll think up something else. In the meantime, you had your first impression, Shay, of team racing on Forza Motorsport 7 last week.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you make of it?
Quite stunning, actually, the way that everything managed to play out between the teams, the strategy. We saw different strategies working for certain teams and not for others. What did the three teams who we're going to see for match 3 who weren't participating, we know they were watching, what did they learn? And that changed their strategy going into today's first race. That's going to be very interesting to watch for.
Well, it's incredible. We've got a whole new selection of teams coming out this week, and we're going to be challenging them at a bunch of different tracks today. First of all, though, it's going to be Maple Valley. Maybe the only circuit, Shay, here today that you haven't been to in person.
True. That's because it is a fictional track. It is 4.83 kilometers, 3 miles, 12 turns, 12-lap race, because the laps are going to click off super fast with these super cars out there. But this track, original to Forza Motorsport 1 back in 2005, that only makes it 60 years younger than the rest of the tracks we're going to today. at a basis level.
Well, a bit of rapid mental maths in my head. 14 years old, this track, which is kind of cool. It's got a little bit of heritage now, Maple Valley. Still no corner names, though, around this place, so we'll have to think some up as we go along.
It's a rebellious teenager, Ali. It's getting through that phase. It'll name itself when it's ready.
All right, okay, yeah, exactly. It's kind of wearing black right now, listening to something a little bit heavier. Well, let's check out the grid order for that first race as we head on toward Maple Valley. Opening up this race with the starting on pole is JOTA eSports. It's going to be Commando, Shay, running there in the two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive Peugeot. Interesting choice.
Interesting also, JES South starting in the 9th position. He's looking to make up the most positions, get that bonus point. That's a very good call, starting the 919 that far back.
What do you think? I mean, that's a bit of a risk. What they're saying there is, hey, South, we need you to make some overtakes. We'll put you back in 9th. And see how you go using the launch of that 919.
A bit of a risk. It's a 500 horsepower LMP1 beast that Porsche's created, which, by the way, when the MGCU kicks in, that's an extra 400 horsepower to the front wheels, which should be applicable off the start. Hello, that Porsche's going to be up running in the top 3 by the end of the first turn.
It'll be pushing almost 1,000 horsepower by that point. Yeah. Sauber, the team starting second on the grid, are going to be running with Dave in an Indy car at the start, possibly the slowest accelerating car out of these 3.
Yeah, but also they've got Chemical in the 919, and as we were just talking about, the passing possibilities starting back in 10th. I like the way that they've chosen this lineup with Zoom in 6th in the Peugeot. You are going to see the Indy car drop back, but that also means that's one more car for Chemical to pass.
Which great car, that Peugeot. Third place is going to be Mordor Gaming Club, our team from China. Meow, finally out here. We had a little taste of Meow last week, but this time round on third on the grid. An Indy car again, so that's 2 Indies.
And again, another position where we're seeing the 919 perhaps not utilized to its fullest position, though, for the first time, starting thoroughly mid-pack in 7th. Now, Chick Pizza's going to have a better opportunity to lead the race off the start, but also having the Peugeot back in 11th for MGC Mango. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think that's going to be an interesting startup. The last team out there is Red Bull Racing, and of course the winners from last week, so they're going to be starting at the back of the pack here in week number 2. Lage right up there at the front of the pack in the IndyCar, but that's going to be Venom, I think, in the four-wheel drive 919. We have to watch out for in 8th place.
I'm very, very happy with this lineup that they've chosen for Red Bull Racing Esports. Venom last week sort of got thrown under the bus. He was the guy that was perpetually last to the team. They've given him the best car and the best opportunity to lead and win races. This is Venom's week.
Wow, it's been so strategic here at the Forza Racing Championship. Watching teams learn and develop their formulas for how to win, it's been very exciting.
It has been, and last week we saw Williams in the first round really surge to the front, 107 points, setting the benchmark super high. Red Bull clearly looking, they're trying to keep it even between their drivers, and they're doing a really good job of that. I like the distribution. Box kind of always in that second tail gunner position. I think he's okay with that too. You know,
that's been something that I think we've been watching very closely, and maybe coming into the season we were kind of thinking, wow, what are the tensions going to be like inside of these teams?
Exactly.
Some drivers getting preferential treatment, some, yeah, as you say, like Venom last week, having to take one for the team a little bit with a slower car. Here we are in week number 2, Red Bull racing for a second time of asking, do you think it's all about equilibrium with that team? It's all about bad one time, good the next time? Or do you think it's going to be maybe one driver getting it preferential?
No, I like what they've done, because last year Lage was number 1, Box was number 2, and Venom was number 4. We're talking about in the world for Forza. They're just trying to make sure that all 3 of their drivers know, hey, you're equally number 1 to us, and that's the way that you win the money.
All right, let's find out who's number 1 on track. Let's head trackside at Maple Valley. It's a short little run down toward the first corner, so hopefully we can hop on board pretty quickish and check out that run. Here it is, lots of tyre smoke, all sorts of difficulty seeing up the road here. We're on board with Box in that Peugeot 905 and runs it, well, second last here into the first corner, and you can see the pack ahead moving cleanly but very closely bunched, and I wonder as we head through the double left hand here, and that's Meow getting a little wide, tapping into the cars on the outside, no one off into the gravel, but Meow looking a little bit wild, and well, Craviator, interesting to see Craviator on track. I think that might be a misnomer there. I think that's going to be Commando in the 905 for JOTA rather than Craviator, but Commando back in 8th and doing a strong job here. A driver who's often plagued, Shay, by bad luck.
Very much so, and it's good to see him sort of putting all that behind him so early on in the first lap of this race. But for Meow, a falter there, and then a quick recovery as the 34-year-old from Shanghai managed to get the IndyCar back around the Peugeot. That's very impressive driving. And
his teammate Mango here running back in 9th place. A strong showing in general from the start of this race from MGC.
Yeah, and it's a bit...
Ooh, that's a tap. Armando getting sideways there alongside, just giving a little helping hand to Meow as he holds that IndyCar to the top of the track. Sketchy stuff.
A helping hand and pushes him off the track. Yeah, for Meow, that's not what he wanted to see, for sure. Now, his name actually comes from the fact that he likes cats and his birthday is February 26th. So I did do a little bit of research on that as to where Meow226 came from. But yes, that young man out of China, we're going to have to keep an eye on him in the IndyCar because now he's dropped well back through the field.
All right, well, that's quite enough of this MGC, I think. At the front of this pack, we've got Sauber leading the way after the first lap. Somehow we're already a lap into this, and Sauber Dave leads the way. That's going to be music to a lot of people's ears, I think, Shay, because I think everyone's kind of running a little bit scared right now of the RBR drivers coming in as winners.
Yep.
Great run from Dave, though.
Yeah, very much proved the worth of being here. The entire Sauber team, a very solid group of individuals. And for Sauber Dave leading the way, that's very good for the 30-year-old from England. His Chemical, as a look around the outside of Venom, that got a little bit spicy there for a minute. A very high downforce track.
Oh, that's a mistake in Chemical. It looked like he did that all by himself.
He did.
Interesting to see that much understeer from the 919. I wonder if he was already carrying damage.
Yeah, that had to have been damage, or perhaps maybe lost a little bit of momentum, got cold tires, cold brakes in some form. That's not what you normally see from Chemical. But Dave's still leading the way out there in the Honda IndyCar. The Honda IndyCar, by the way, that variety tended to do better in 2019 over the tracks that had a higher downforce setting. This is a very high downforce track, so it's no surprise to see him leading.
All right, well, the graphic says we're on board with Craviator. Just keep in mind, this is JOTA Commando. Craviator, the coach for JOTA. So running on board with Commando as he switches places there with his teammate South. And South releases Commando to try and put some laps in and close down the third place runner up the road there. Is that RBR Venom that I see there? Do my eyes deceive me? Running up in the podium spot.
No, Box.
It's Box up there. So Box running in the 905.
And Box will definitely be looking in his rearview mirror going, hey, you stay back there. Interesting that the Peugeot and the Porsche swap places, though, because the Peugeot is a car that was designed in the early 90s, and the Porsche was a car that was perfected in the mid-2010s. So a very different time gap there. As now we're on board with RBR Box.
Here we go. So the bottom of the podium for Box at the moment, third place. And that dark blue Peugeot 905 being run very well by him so far. Fastest lap of the race goes to Box's teammate Lage, running in second place. And here we are on board with him. It's the battle for the lead between two Indy cars. And, well, Davey Skills just about, Shay, holding on.
Wow, for Lage to be running in second, that's something new, but to be looking at the back of Sauber Dave, that's another situation that Lage will not be particularly fond of. The 24-year-old from France, #1 in the world last year. I'm going to keep saying it because he's earned it. It's well worth his title, but he's caught up to Dave. It won't be long before Sauber Dave feels the pressure.
All right, well, looking at these two Indy cars, we can already say that both of these drivers have been given the boosted upgrade pack by their teams. Strategic preference for both drivers.
And you can actually see it too, Ali, because the visuals of the rear wing, that is a road course specification IndyCar wing. The normal one that comes on the car is for the ovals, and it's a very tiny wisp of a feather of a rear wing almost, and the car is actually slanted to one side. It's a very different looking car. But I'm still surprised to see the Indy cars running out front. Yeah, big old shovels here on this car, pushing air across them and squishing the car into the track as these things head through the circuit at incredible speed. Davey Skills still leads the way, and actually, for my money, Shay, a little further away this lap than last. And yeah, he's managed to pull a bit of a gap, and for Sauber Dave, 30 years old from England, but he proudly boasts about the fact that he has world championships in Forza, not 1 but 2 decades. So Lage, gauntlet is thrown. Well, Lage is no spring chicken these days. Not as he's 24. Been around for some time. 24, but in Forza terms, that's an eternity. Might as well retire now. Might as well retire now.
Well, he's at his peak, and it would be an interesting move indeed. Lage chasing down Davy Skills, a whole lot of experience between these two drivers, Shay, and that can shape the way that a battle happens when it's two very experienced drivers racing each other.
Yeah, 23 years worth of Forza experience between these two guys alone. But this is a team game, remember? Red Bull Racing right now, 2nd and 3rd and 6th. Again, Venom back in last. I am really surprised about that. I thought the 919 would be stronger, but perhaps when we get to Silverstone and then on to Road America, things will look a bit different. But right now, Red Bull Racing is winning the team game.
Well, is it too early, Shay, to start saying things like this is a repeat of last week's strategy, that Red Bull have given Lage the best equipment and are pushing for wins with Lage, or is it time to say, yeah, that's happening again?
In my experience, Ali, an IndyCar would not be able to keep up with an LMP1 machine. So clearly, my experience does not speak true for what we're seeing right now.
Well, let's check out the whole Red Bull team as we push our way through lap 6 of 12. Already halfway through this race. You can see there on the bottom left, that's Box. And it's actually Sauber Chemical we're on board with in the bottom right, but Chemical running at the back of this pack in the Sauber livery.
But remember, he crashed on his own, did Chemical. He had that weird spin and then nose into the tires, so that is hurting the team more than Dave leading is helping.
Well, taking a glance at this, Shay, we've got a leader in Davy Skills, and the last place on track, well, the same team, Chemical. I wonder if that's going to be enough to sway this.
No, because the Sauber cars right now are 11th and 12th.
Unbelievable.
So first is 30 points, 11th and 12th is 1 and 0 points, is it not? So 31 points for them. Right now you're looking at 2nd and 3rd for Red Bull Esports. That in itself is 35 points, and then you add on the 6th place finish that we are provisionally going to get from Venom. This is a huge start.
So in terms of team strategy, you're saying Red Bull have really outperformed Sauber in this first race?
I'm saying Asics right now deserves to have a nice adult beverage from his work in this race alone, because they are winning. JOTA would be next up, because JOTA eSport with drivers in the 4th and 5th positions, they're on for good points too. But it's just not a full team game from Sauber right now.
Well, I will say, Shay, that idea of Red Bull Racing doing so strongly could be challenged by JOTA. I think Commando has closed up that gap to 3rd place, and now the battle between 3rd and 4th is really starting to set off. So here we are on board with Commando in the Peugeot 905, and it's a fair fight here up against RBR Box. Same car, it'll be a very similar build, and these two, well, duking it out here in this later stage of the race. Little tap, I wonder, on the e-brake there from Box to get that Peugeot rotated. Sometimes you'll see that in these faster cars. Just the wobble from the rear as Box rotates the car through these tighter corners. It's going to be a great battle, this. Still waiting, though, for Commander to get within striking range.
Look at the damage on the nose of Box's car, though. There's a lot of scraping across the front, which tells me that he's perhaps had contact with the rear of somebody else. Maybe that was off the start and all that melee that we saw, Ali. But this is a very interesting moment for Box, because he doesn't need the 3rd place points necessarily. They can allow those to go towards JOTA and their whole team. But we saw what happened last week. They finished with 98 points, and the first thing that ASIC said was, no, we wanted to beat Williams' score of 107, so he's not exactly going to move over, is the young German.
High standards for the Red Bull Racing team set by ASICS, and, well, beating that 107, the huge, incredible benchmark set by the Williams team last time out, will be no mean feat, especially in a match this, well, with this many incredible drivers in it. We're talking the JOTA Esports team, the Sauber Esports team, and the Red Bull Racing Esports team, all fighting it out for points. So not the easiest place to score here, but we're running just in 4th still with Commando.
Would you like me to blow your mind, Ali?
Blow my mind,
Prepare
Shay.
for it.
All
Just
right.
gather your brain
I'm
together.
down the hatches.
Lage is in 2nd right now, but not for long. He has to serve a stop-and-go penalty for contact on lap 1 with Boken. So this 2nd position that we're looking at right now for Lage will disappear. Box is set to inherit it, but there goes their 35 points. They're now looking at a 20 points gain, and then maybe Lage drops back to the back of the pack and scores a big fat 0 for Red Bull Racing Esports.
Well, this is the first time we're going to see a stop-and-go penalty served in Forza Racing Championship. It's a new addition for 2019, and one where we can really just see the penalty happening. I mean, often you'll see penalties accruing as time penalties at the end of the race, but instead this time, Lage he won't get a time penalty added onto his race time. He'll have to literally stop on track and restart that car. So this is going to be, I would say, a pretty big deal for Lage's race.
And things just went from bad to worse because Box has been passed. He did let Commando get around, or not let necessarily, but they did have an interaction together. It resulted in Box now back in 4th place, which means that he'll now inherit 3rd when Lage is hit with that penalty. Oh boy. And we should say, by the way, it was IndyCar on IndyCar contact, because with Craviator driving in the Chevy version of the IndyCar, that's something that we might have seen on track last weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
That's right. Bokit running in the IndyCar, of course,
Yes.
for JOTA. Absolutely. IndyCar and IndyCar action difficult with open wheelers. They can get caught into each other. Lap 11 of 12, Shay, and I mean, what was it, 3 laps ago we were saying Asics can have an adult beverage, he can relax, he's done, great job, pat on the back time, and suddenly here we are closing this race and Red Bull are unraveling before our eyes. Does this blow them out of the water for this first round? I mean, are they able to match their previous score with a result that's surely going to be massively affected by Lage's penalty?
Well, it all depends on Venom. Once again, Venom becomes the most important member of the team, not by how far up he had gotten, but how far up he will get. There we go. Lage just stopped out on track. And what did we say last weekend about Lage? If he's not first, he doesn't care.
Look at it on the left of the track there. You can see Box coming on past Lage. That car serving a stop-and-go penalty, and Lage now up and running again, rolling. It looks like he's got himself back on track in 4th. So actually not too bad for the Red Bull Racing team. Still 3rd and 4th on this. But JOTA, after all that, Commando has found his way up into the 2nd place. He'll be ecstatic. A very difficult race for JOTA, of course. Lage serving a penalty after getting into Bokit on the first lap. But the whole thing, this whole race, it's been the story of Davey skills. Leading from the start, never really challenged. Lage thought he might have a go for a while, but here we are, final lap, halfway through it, and Davey skills in a world of his own.
Sauber Dave, 30 years old from England, is in blissful isolation right now. Been playing this game for 12 years and clearly perfected every aspect of driving in Forza Motorsport. It's very good to see this real-life civil servant able to give back in a different way.
Absolutely awesome. I love running on board with Davey skills as well. There's a kind of Rainbow Road vibe happening around him, and it is awesome. I think it's part of what's speeding him along.
Did he take a star? Is that what's going on? That everything just goes into that wonderful... Yep. Don't sing anymore. It's copyrighted.
Down the hill, through the last corner, and Sauber Dave will take victory in the first round of the day here at Maple Valley. Week 2 of the Forza Racing Championship. Red Bull Racing surely coming in the favourites, but they're going to be demoted to 3rd and 4th. Box and Lage cross the line, and 2nd place there for Commando, who's going to feel like a little bit of a lucky boy there, Shay.
For sure. I mean, Commando Welsh driver, so it was a good day for people who speak similar to you, Ali.
Okay,
in a similar accent.
I hear ya.
Coming home 1st and 2nd ultimately after the penalties were served. But in terms of total points accrued, still goes the way of Red Bull Racing because it was such a bad race for the other Sauber drivers. They've got a lot of making up to do, whereas Red Bull was saying, yeah, we could have had 35 points. Okay, we walked away with a bit fewer than that, probably 27 by the time it's all said and done. I'm really not good at math, I promise. But it's still a good first race for them.
So much maths to unpack, so
Way
much.
too much.
And
Like the
you know,
Matrix
I
over
have
here.
these puny cards to look at. They have better resources on the other side of the studio. So let's head on over to Kate. Kate, what is going on with those points?
The points, I'll tell you what, that really mixed some things up because I think that there was actually a missed opportunity for 2 teams involving those points. I don't know, Brian, your takeaway from that as it related to the breakdown.
Well, I'll start with Sauber. Obviously, Davey Skills being the provisional winner, great result. But we saw Chemical have an accident, run into a wall there, and you start thinking, wow, what could have been for them? Zoom, we saw at one point was in, I believe he was in last place, so a little bit of struggle for these guys to start out.
Davey Skills, good thing he got the win.
Yes, that's the shining light for them at this point.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see what really happened there in that lap 1 and kind of have the conversation between what happened with Chemical and why this is such a critical thing, not for necessarily today's match, but why this one race here can really be detrimental for the entire series altogether, Brian.
I think it sets the tone for the rest of the day. You know, obviously, drivers like Sauber are going to be able to pull out of this. These guys are pros. They have a great attitude. Zermatt's going to be in there saying, calm down, guys, it's okay. We can move past this. But if you're Chemical, you feel like you've let down your team. You had an accident. It's best to put that behind you. Get ready for race number 2. You got the points that you got. You got a race win. That's great. That's got to feel good. Put it behind you. Get ready for the next race.
Quickly though, we saw the same kind of race last week at Catalunya where it got a little crazy, and then it went to Silverstone, and the day changed. We're going back to Silverstone.
We're still in these cars, though.
Still in these cars.
SMP and Indy
Let's
cars.
be very clear.
That's true.
Big difference. Big difference. Let's take a look at what we really saw from, I think, the perspective of lap 1. And this is what it's all about. We talked about this, Andy, at the top of the show, how you thought lap 1 was going to be a big key to today's event.
I called it a rock fight, you know, and that's what we saw. We didn't get too much of the action there on lap 1. Here's Davey Skills taking off, though. And that's... And now we're on to Venom chasing south. You see how fast these cars are moving around Maple Valley. The speed was intense.
I think that's the takeaway for me is these guys are reacting quicker than they normally would have to. Essentially, last week, here's Lage taking a stop-go for contact on lap 1 with Bokit, I believe it was. Gotta say, here we are with Commando. Great. Commando was a star here. Tough race. He started on pole, dropped back to 7th or 8th. Here he is overtaking Box here. What a great attitude. What a great kicker for his team to say, look, early adversity in a race doesn't necessarily dictate the results of a race. You got to keep that mindset.
Well, I think that came into play also with, you know, you take Davey Skills and you take Lage and the battle between them throughout that race. And although Lage had that, you know, stop and go, that penalty served him, but that's an MVP player right there. Commando had some good shows, and
here's what I think Lage was doing. I think the reason he chose lap 11, he probably got that stop and go penalty call early in that race, but he chose lap 11 because he wanted to put as much pressure on Davey for as long as possible to hopefully have him make a mistake and let one of his teammates by. He waited all the way to the end till lap 11 to serve that penalty.
What did you see in Davey Skills in that kind of battle between the two?
Yeah, he's a veteran. He could handle it, knowing that he's got Red Bull behind him. You know, I think he's faced his toughest challenge so far today already, holding those guys off, his teammates having tough starts, and then him pulling through and getting the W.
Another MVP, as we were talking about while that was happening, was Box. We saw Box making some moves and really holding the team together there with Red Bull and having to show that from 12th he can obviously, I mean, former champ, he can make it happen. But we saw some good moves out of him.
We absolutely did, and this is what you need from a Box, right? When you have a world champion on your team and a guy who finished runner-up, you need him to perform at that level. And Boxes, we talked at the top of the show, Andy, about these roles that these guys are fitting into. There's a lot of ego on this team. These are champions, each one, Venom, Box, and Lage, but Box is doing what he needs to do for his team. Make those places up, put pressure on the guys behind you, get as many points as possible.
Box was in the 905.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, maybe it was the 919, the Porsche, that was going to be the one snaking through the field. He did it in the 905.
Yeah.
Surprised me.
And one, I think, a big surprise that we were kind of mentioning too, we were talking about underdogs on chat. There was a conversation of underdogs, and you got to say for Mordor, that was they ran it. They ran it well. They got thrown in, and they maintained. And you know, at one point we were talking about potentially even getting we were talking about boosts, and you know, they could have gotten one.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the provisional result, the final results work out. But at one point we were saying, look, MGC, the Motor Game Club, they're all bunched up. Maybe they're going for that boost that if you finish in sequential order, you get a boost for the next race. I'm not sure they're thinking that, but that's what it was. That's how it played out at that point. I think Bokit got around me out at one point to ruin that, but MGC, first race, there was no disasters, right? They didn't spear anybody. They actually connected to the race. That's a good thing. So Motor's got to be feeling pretty good about their performance. No disasters.
They didn't have to take a pit. Yep, JOTA did.
That's right. That's right.
They didn't had to serve a stop-and-go penalty. Red Bull did.
Sure.
You know what? There are positives to take out of the race if you're MGC.
Yeah, I wonder what their coach is telling them at this point. Like, what encouragement? If you're out there, let us know. I'd be curious to know what that conversation's like to really. I mean, that had to be a lot of fear lining up against these guys who are world champs and these teams who have the support. Or is this just the way it is? My hands would get sweaty.
I think they're realistic, right?
Okay.
You come in, you're facing the best in the world. You're going to face the JOTAs of the world, the Red Bulls of the world. It's like last week when we were talking about Raging Dragon. You know, they didn't. I think they were realistic about their expectations. I don't believe Mordor Game Club believe they're going to win this. They may not even think they're going to get into the finals, but what they're probably thinking is, let's make it a fight. Let's get into that last chance qualifier and try to see what happens.
Let us know what you're actually thinking. Let us know what your expectations are. I think that would be really interesting to hear, as maybe people are expecting you to be the underdog.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, I'm looking forward to race 2 already. You know, I'm excited to what it's going to bring.
But before we get to that, let's go ahead and take a look at the season points at this point in time. This is now before the race that we just saw, the season standings.
Yeah, you see, we talked about that amazing performance in Match 1. Williams with 107 points, Red Bull Racing with 98 points. Red Bull's now looking at, can we make it into Match 4 today? Because they've got tough competition here in Match 3 with the likes of JOTA and Sauber, teams like that. But if they can make it into the next round, the only competition they're going to have is TX3.
The key here to watch is JES, JOTA eSport, and Sauber Esports. Where are they going to end up at the end of the day? Are they going to be 4-5, 3-2? That's what I'm watching. Yeah.
And I think it's important to remind everyone what's happening. Why is these season standings so important at this point in time?
It's all leading up to those finals, the World Finals and the Invitational Finals on November 23rd and 24th. Your point totals determine your seeding in that competition. So you want that number 1 seed, you want the most points you can possibly get because you'll have the best chance at a success in the finals.
Hey, if I'm JOTA Esports, if I'm Red Bull, I want to stay out of that last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
There's too much risk.
Well, that
there.
won't happen. There's no way.
No, I know, but that's what I'm
mentality.
thinking. That's the mentality.
If you're AMS, if you're THR, if you're somebody like that, you're hoping you get into the last chance qualifiers. I don't think Red Bull, Sauber have to worry about. If they are, they got to look at it as a disaster to even be in the last chance qualifier.
Serving stop-and-go penalties isn't the best way to do that.
You're right.
And any given racer can win on any given day, and that is what is so fun about motorsport, is you just never know how it's going to go down. Now, I don't disagree with you at all there. There is a chance that, of course, we just don't know how it's going to all play out. But what we do know is we have the race results in, and this is exciting to see what kind of penalties were served, what happened throughout there. As you can see, Davis Gills taking the win on that one. Well done to you, sir. Box in second, moved all the way up from 12th Commando. Great run for him as well. Lage, even with that stop and go served, he ended up 4th, and so on and so forth. What is surprising to you, Brian?
Chemical in 12th place.
Okay, that makes sense.
You can't. That can't be where Sauber finishes in any race, even against this type of competition. You saw he lost two positions there from where he started. Due to that crash, I know Chemical's feeling bad about things. Buck up. You got race 2 coming.
Hey, Red Bull. 1, 2, all 3 drivers in the top 6. And that's with a stop-and-go penalty.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
He went from 2nd to 4th. I mean, stop-and-go penalties and you finish 4th place?
Yeah.
How much of that do you think is the team chemistry right now? How much is it the knowledge and experience they have? What do you think? The support? What is it?
In this case, I think it's raw pace, right? He was just ahead enough,
Sure.
and he had put enough pressure on Dave, hoping something would happen, that he had built that gap that he says, I'm going to spend as much time as possible in this car, go as fast as I can for 11 laps, then we'll see what happens when I take that stop and go. It's raw pace.
He was in the Indy car.
Yeah.
That's the fastest car.
Yeah.
So he had feet. He built himself a gap. So in the end, it wasn't a deadly penalty.
Well, another thing to note as we take a look at the fact that this is the true results, that there were no other penalties other than that stop and go.
Yeah, that's great driving. Especially, you got to look. We talked about Motor Game Club. No penalties in the race. Great job, guys. I mean, that's what you want. You maybe you don't have the pace as the larger teams, but you're out there competing with them. You're not causing problems. You are driving competitively. That's what you want out of Motor Game Club.
I'm trying to think back to the incident, because Lage served a stop-and-go penalty. I believe that was for contact on Bokit. What's running through his mind right now? He had to pit. No penalty.
and still finished 8th as well. So
Yeah, that's true. He had a great second half of that race. Yeah.
Well, as you know, that we always encourage people to join our fun within the chat. So, gentlemen, get on there. Let us know what you're thinking. Obviously, here with the points, this is where this all plays out. From the team strategy that we're seeing individually, of course, that means something. But Sauber needs this, Rebel needs this. They need to confirm their spots within for the LAN event. And, of course, that's where it all builds up.
And look at Box with 10 places made up. Hard Charger boost they'll get for the next race as well. Amazing job by Box, starting last, finishing in second.
MVP. MVP.
That was the most number of overtakes we've seen so far this season. I think Mitch had 9 last week, and Box just took 10 in the 905.
Well
what
done.
a race.
What a race.
What a race.
Yeah, one thing to clarify too is the collision penalties are the only ones we're really seeing when we bring up the final results there, and
That's right.
that's something obviously the additional adjudication process is happening live into the event as well.
Yeah, those Forza race regulation penalties are not seen on the screen. They are automatically applied in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when we saw those zeros, that's exactly what was happening. I was looking for any extra penalties handed out, contact, collisions, and hey, they didn't see enough to warrant anything.
All right, so now it's time to see the results of the match. And again, I think we cannot stress this enough. We are part of a third match of a round 1. So as we said at the top of the show, this is really part 2 of chapter 1 if you're going to look at it from a book perspective. And these points are extremely important because whoever comes away with the win here
moves on to the next round. Absolutely, and Red Bulls set themselves up with 31 points in the first race of match 3 here. You got to say, I don't want to keep harping on it, but Sauber, a missed opportunity. Chemical should have had a lot more points than that.
They're only 1 point behind somehow.
Yeah.
They're only one point behind.
Dave, that's how.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm curious to know from a coaching perspective now, and we're talking these strategies. These are high-level strategies, right? These guys, these are professionals. What do you think from a coaching perspective, maybe Sauber saying in comparison to maybe the Red Bull team? So
the thing that you have to understand is that these guys turned in their cars and their builds earlier in the week. So in terms of strategic changes, we know what these guys are running for every race today. If they get boost, then we'll figure that out as we go. For me, I think Zermatt's in those guys' ear. I think it's all mental right now, saying, put that race behind you. Mm-hmm. Let's go. We have the pace. Chemical, you made a mistake. No big deal. Just get after it.
I was going to say the boost upgrades. I think that's a key point right now is with obviously all teams use a boost upgrade in that first race. How does that carry over we still have a couple more races?
So in this race number 2, obviously with Box getting the most number of overtakes, they're going to get the boost upgrade. Mm-hmm. I think they're the only team who's going to get one.
RBR, yeah.
Okay, so then let's think strategy here. The 919 Venom's in. Mm-hmm. There's no boost upgrade really available for that car. Mm-hmm. So cross that one off.
Yep.
Then you have Lage in the Indy car. Well, they can remove the aero package. I think he kind of looked pretty good with the aero package already on.
Yeah.
So then that means Box is going to take it. I don't know. I'm thinking it's probably going to actually go to Lage. Just thinking about how the game works, the 905 boost upgrade is only tires. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's a huge advantage here at Silverstone. It's probably going to be the Indy car. Look to Lage to go to a Roval aero.
Rapid fire, final thought?
I want to see Chemical bounce back.
Boom. You, sir?
I want more fast pace. I want a little more action. I'm not done yet.
I want a good Silverstone race.
I want a good Silverstone, yeah.
Jay and Allie, what do you think about that? A good Silverstone races in the future?
We had a great Silverstone race last time out, and so hopefully we get another one today. It's an awesome track. The cars are super fast this week as well, so it's going to be a little bit chaotic, I think, out there, Shay.
A little bit. Yeah, well, just think about the World Endurance Championship every time they go there. Right now, there are only 2 LMP1 hybrids, so 2 versions of what we would see in terms of what we're seeing today of the Porsche 919, and it's still very chaotic for them, too, in multi-class racing.
All right, well, it's a big, old, wide circuit. Let's check out Silverstone and get a little bit of insight into this track. Awesome place, Shay.
It is built in 1943. This is pretty much England's answer to Sebring International Raceway. It's an old Air Force base, first held a race in 1947. 18 turns, 3.66 miles, and some of the corner names that extend beyond motorsport. You got Luffield, you got Maggots and Beckett's, you've got, I mean, there's 18 of them, and all of them have a name. It's the antithesis of what we were dealing with last time for Maple Valley.
It's an awesome track, Shay, and so much history here. You know, the site of the British Grand Prix, of course, currently and has been for a long time. I like it a lot. I'm from the UK, so it feels a little bit like a home track, this one of Brands. So I'm excited to go there. Let's check out the grid positions that the teams have allocated for this second race. Of course, the way that the grids work is the teams are given 3 positions, and they can pick which driver they slide into those spots. Alien Motorsport aren't racing in this race, so this isn't the one to be looking at. But we have got 4 other teams who are going to be choosing out their grid spots at the moment. So what's the strategy, Shay, as we head into this?
We've seen what works, particularly for Red Bull Racing. Put Box at the back in that Peugeot. Let him climb up as far as he can. Already got the hard charger once. Why not? Let's see what he can do.
For Box, though, how much punishment can that guy take? He's been dragging that. He doesn't get any of the glory. He's always in the mid-pack doing his best with bad kit.
Well, for Box, I mean, 25-year-old German, he was second last year to Lage. The two of them working together, we were a little bit worried about how that sort of dynamic would go along. But Box is very quiet. He's very thoughtful, very pensive. He does his speaking out on the track. And I think for Box, the best reward is getting to go out and pass everybody else.
Well, speaking of that, the best reward being to pass everyone else, Box has been given that Red Bull Boost upgrade. He won it last race. He's got to keep it. The team has said, all right, you won it, you can have it. Race tyres on his Peugeot, so he should be shooting off.
And I think that will help a ton. Now, Red Bull Racing electing not to start Box at the back. He'll be starting in the 5th position. Lage on pole in the Chevy IndyCar. That's going to be an interesting one. But Venom back of the pack in that 919 Porsche. Again, I expect that car to be going through everybody toward the front. I don't know why it didn't happen last time, but it should be set right at Silverstone.
Well, let's be fair. Venom, a strong showing from Venom last time out. Managed to finish within that top 6. The second team that we've got out there on track, of course, JOTA, with a strong performance last race. Commander crossing the line in 2nd, but I think given some on-track penalties and bumped down to 3rd in the order. But second place run back in 2nd again here for race number 2.
I disagree with this because Commando at the start of the last race was on the pole position. And remember, he dropped back so far and then had to claw his way back forward. I would have liked them to see something different, like maybe South starting on pole instead of in 10th, or even Bokit, who got taken out on lap 1. Not back in 6th, but up a little bit further.
Well, hopefully Bokit can have a better race here at Silverstone than he did at Maple Valley. The third team is Sauber. We saw a race win from Dave, but it was poor results from Chemical and Zoom. Granted, in all sorts of wars in race number 1, but poor results from those two, which mean the Sauber team get the 3rd seeding in this second race.
It's exactly what Andy and Brian were talking about for Sauber Chemical. Put the last race out of your head. This is race 1 of the day for you. Just ignore it. Starting in the 7th place in that Porsche. He's going to be fun to watch. And for Zoom, we didn't talk about Zoom at all in the last race. Well, he's starting 11th in the Peugeot. Could he be the Box of this race? Could he be the hardest charger?
Well, the 4th team out there, Mordor Gaming Club. These are the hometown heroes from China, and it's great to have them out racing. They've done a strong job, I think, done themselves proud in that first race. Maybe they can start pushing a little bit harder here, Shay, at Silverstone.
Yeah, and they've put Mango all the way in the back in the Peugeot, so he has also been set up in the same position as his Sauber counterpart, but Chick Pizza and Meow starting in the 8th and 4th positions, respectively, in the Porsche and IndyCar. It's going to be an interesting start, at the very least, for Meow, who should be a lot more competitive. Remember, last race, he was pushed off the track.
That's right. We saw it at the top of the circuit there, getting into a little bit of chaos. So, pole position in this race, Red Bull Racing's Lage. I wonder if Red Bull are going to try, Shay, to have Lage run and hide.
Exactly. They're taking a page out of the Williams playbook that we saw last week, which was put all your eggs in one basket, let him go, and don't write him, don't call him, don't bother. He's not there. He's just gone.
The eggs in this are the drivers and the basket.
I didn't need my analogy broken down there, Ali. Way to go. I think you've had a little bit too much sugar this morning.
There you go. That's the problem. Too many Ferrero Rochers. I got a whole pile of them under the desk here.
And I made you cookies, and you're not even eating those.
I know.
Nah,
Would
the
you
love
believe
is
it?
gone.
Would you believe it?
Yeah, it's going to be a very good race, though, because with the long straights that we have at Silverstone, at Maple Valley, there were some more kinks in the long straight. At Silverstone, it's a lot more flat out. So the straight line advantage, do they take the advantage off the Indy cars? Do they leave them in their road course trim so that you can go flat through Maggots and Beckett's. I can't wait to see what everybody picked.
Yeah, Forza Racing Championship 2019 is all about team strategy as the teams battle through these 6 weeks of online competition and push their way toward the offline event at the end, and a $250,000 prize pool on the line as well. So everything to race for here, and the very cream of the crop from Forza Motorsport's eSport community are out on the track. It's been an incredible event so far, and well, we're G'ing up right now, getting all of the horses in a line and ready to go for the start of race number 2. It's going to be Silverstone, and I'm looking forward to heading trackside and seeing the start of this race. Incredible little run here as we go down toward Abbey in that right-hander. We're on board with MGC Mango, the last place runner, and that's a car off track. Big old spin, that's Chic Pizza, MGC's teammate, off the track in Abbey, corner 1. Almost certainly had a helping hand. South spinning round, and that's also Sauber Zoom off the track in this first sector. We have got carnage here, Shay, as the cars all try and navigate their way through Silverstone on a very grey day.
All 3 of the MGC cars involved in first 5 corner scuffles. We saw Meow shoving another car off the track. Mango was witness to everything that was going on and had contact. And Chick Pizza and the Porsche 919 winding up backwards in the gravel. All 3 managed to continue, but this is terrible news for the Chinese club.
All right, well, MGC having a rough race start, but Red Bull Racing up in the lead of this race continue to do a very strong job. Here we're on board with Red Bull Racing's Lage, who's leading the way despite Shay, for my money, running, that's the Skinny Aero kit.
That is the oval downforce kit. You can tell because, again, the rear wing looks like it's barely even there. It was just sort of an afterpump they just plunked on. So a very interesting move from them. He'll be deadly fast through the straights, but maybe not turning as well as you would want it to.
Well, a great mix of cars here at the front of the track as Commando touches Chemical, who goes all the way around, and that is a spin at Stowe off the outside of the track, and Chemical, his second race in a row, coming a cropper very, very early indeed. What is going wrong for the Sauber team here? Chemical, Shay, once again off the circuit.
Let's have another look at this, because Chemical is just not driving like himself today. The 27-year-old, you'd think a guy from North London, which is about an hour away from the circuit, would have better luck than this. He's a financial analyst in real life and great in muscle cars, so you'd expect him to be good in a high downforce, high horsepower car such as the 919, but for Chemical, this is disaster.
Disaster for Chemical. It was a difficult start to the race. We can take another look at it now. We were on board running there with MGC. Was that Mango from the start of the race, who just cars started sliding off the track left, right and centre and all around him. There it is. Ooh. There's that moment with South getting a touch, spins out in the first corner. Zoom picks up the rear tyre on the outside apex there and just loses traction. And that is a whole lot of very, very experienced Forza players having a little bit of difficulty navigating these powerful vehicles.
And there you go, Box already up 5 places as he just sat back and watched the contact. But a very interesting battle right now between Sauber Dave, the winner of the last race, and JOTA Bokit, who was taken out early on in the first race, as Indy cars right now are battling for that 3rd position.
We've jumped back to 7th place in Red Bull Racing's box now. So just moving backwards away from that battle, the box are closing in. Excuse me, 5th place, quite right with Box, who's closing in on the rear of that battle then. You can see Davey Skills up ahead, race winner from race number 1, chasing JOTA Bokit, and Davey Skills really here running with the hopes of the Sauber team with him, and that's side by side with Box, who gives him a little nudge and says, here you go, have some outside of the track, you're not allowed any asphalt at all. Davey Skills back on the circuit, and Box, he's so fast through the corners here, giving Davey Skills trouble every time the cars need to turn. Davey Skills round the outside, and Box makes it stick just about, losing sight of the two of them, and they're still side by side.
What a move from Box to try and stick the Peugeot where it had no business going, and he is saying to Davey Skills, hey, I know you're running the no downforce kit on that car because it's not even low downforce really, but hey, you won last race. It's my turn now. I want to get up toward the front of the IndyCar field with the rest of them. And by the way, all of the IndyCar runners in the low downforce kit for this race. Very smart strategy.
So the low downforce kit, maybe not such a disadvantage here
No.
at the second track at Silverstone. I will say Box almost had a move there lined up on Davy's skills on the way onto the hangers, onto the Wellington straight, excuse me. Backed out of it because he was outside track limits, so he would have been punished for that move had he made it.
And Box, in his rearview mirror, now has Venom. So the two Red Bull drivers are now in 5th and 6th with their teammate Lage running off and hiding.
It's interesting, isn't it? There's one or two drivers, Shay, who are getting the mixture of luck and chance to put their skill down onto the track to challenge the Red Bull team, but it's all three of the Red Bull drivers who are up there in the top of this pack. So much quality throughout their lineup.
But right now, JOTA Esports doing a fantastic job with their drivers in 2nd and 3rd. That's exactly what you need to do to try and reach the level of the Red Bull Racing Esports crew.
Well, we're running through lap 4 of 9 here, and we can check out the whole Red Bull team. It's Lage in the bottom left there in the IndyCar, followed along by Box and Venom. Box in the Peugeot 905 up the inside of Davy's skills. A little bit of a tap there. A little bit of a rude awakening for Davy's skills as Box pushes his way through. We're back on board his teammate Venom, who's behind this battle in the 919 and hoping, I should imagine, Shay, to capitalize on a little bit of an upset Davy skills.
How is he going to catch up to Dave, though? Because the speed differential between the two of them, the Peugeot at least, is faster, or so it seems in this formation, to be able to bother the Peugeot, but the Porsche's just nowhere. I don't get
Porsche,
it.
Yeah, it doesn't have the straight line here, does it? It's got a lot out of the slower corners with all-wheel drive, but just doesn't quite have what it needs to challenge the Peugeots, challenge the Indy cars here at Silverstone. We're back on board with Sauber Dave, race winner in race number 1, and what a strong performance that was. Shay, are we seeing a repeat here for Sauber? A strong performance from one driver and perhaps weaker performances down their field?
No, because the other drivers are doing their best. They are giving it their all. I mean, Red Bull, yes, they've got a driver out in 1st, and then they've got 4th and 5th, but JOTA with 2nd and 3rd is very impressive. And then Sauber, yes, we had another incident with Chemical, which is the big issue, but Zoom is back in 11th. I don't understand why Zoom has not featured yet today, because the 19-year-old from Brazil, he's new to working in a team, but he's not that new. He should be further up the field than back in 11th.
It was a very strong 2018 for Sauber Zoom, who really came and brought the Brazilian Forza scene to the world stage in incredible form, taking it to finals throughout the year. He's since joined the Sauber Esports team, and Shay, it's, as you say, a little bit of a process of perhaps learning how to be a teammate rather than to be an individual driver.
But he still should be further up. I mean, if Box can be running in the 4th position with the exact same car, unless their setups are making a big difference. We know that Red Bull are very, very good at mastering the setup, so maybe it's just Sauber's weakness showing through a little bit in their inability to figure out the car. But Zoom is an electromechanical technician. He's in school for that right now. You'd think he'd be a little bit better at picking this up.
He knows that these machines are very fragile as we run through Abbey, the beginning of lap 5 here for Zoom, and pushing through this. Of course, if you think back to lap 1, you can remember Zoom spinning up that rear tire and getting this thing doing donuts in the first lap of the race. And I imagine that's why he's back here on the track. But
yeah.
Wow, it's very lonely back here, Shay.
It really is. There's nobody out front. There's nobody behind. So Zoom all on his own. For Sauber Dave, though, he did have 2 Red Bulls around him the last time that we were on board with the 5th place runner. Now he just has 1. And just hearing that Box has 5.25 seconds worth of penalty. That'll be after the race, FRR being applied there. So Sauber Dave doesn't really need to risk too much to try and gain that position back.
Well, Red Bull currently running in a pretty strong selection of places. We've got Lage up in the lead of this race, of course, having led from the start in that very skinny-winged IndyCar. And Box, well, he's still fighting it out for 3rd, 4th here, but he's going to have to struggle with that 5-second penalty. May demote him back behind, who is it chasing along Davy Skills, Sauber Davy Skills, but it's Venom who's just behind Davy Skills as well. So Red Bull, this again, hurt by penalties here in race number 2, Shay. Hurt by penalties in race number 1 as well, of course, if you remember Lage's penalty. But they'll pull out a strong performance despite that.
Yeah, they will, and they'll still come away with points, but the team that's looking the best right now is JOTA, and JOTA Bokit, who's the car just in front of Box in that IndyCar, 19-year-old from Wales. You've got quite the relationship with Bokit, don't you, Ali?
We've been racing against each other for a little while. Bokit is somebody who it's been a pleasure to watch shoot up through the scene, and he's getting faster and faster on Forza, so it's great to see him out here on JOTA and repping that team here at the Forza Racing Championship. I will say, actually, this is my first chance to call Bokit as he races in a ForzaRC race, so it's nice to be out here doing it.
He's an economics major in university right now and claims that his enemy on track is Box. So he'll be very happy to know that Box has a penalty and won't be getting any closer to him. But right in front of Bokit is Commando's 27-year-old teammate, also from Wales, whose favorite track is this right here, Silverstone. So a very good opportunity, and he does love the classic prototypes, does Commando. His favorite car, as many of our favorite cars are, the Mazda 787B, one of the most beautiful spec prototypes ever. So it's good to see that the two of them running well together.
It's nice to see these two out on track, running in formation, as you say, Shay. The bright orange there of the JOTA eSports liveried cars. Up in the lead of the race, though, Red Bull Racing Lage has had it all his own way. The skinny wings on that Indy car just guiding him through these corners, and wow, if it's a testament to anything, it's a testament to his incredible driving that he's had such blistering pace in a car which, I mean, by all accounts, should not be fast here, Shay. It doesn't have any downforce, doesn't have the setup for this track, but Lage making it work.
And in terms of lap times that we would see out of the IndyCar as compared to the 919 Porsche, they're nowhere near one another. So the fact that Lage knows this job so well,
right.
He knows what to do, and he's able to run up at the front of the pack, that's just even more impressive as we're nearing the end of lap number 7 of 9.
2/3 of the way through this race, and we may start seeing teams now begin to adapt the positions they're in, the way they're driving, to try and suit more strategic outcomes at the end of this race. Remember, we're giving away bonus upgrades for these drivers when they complete specific tasks.
And that's exactly what MGC is thinking right now. We've got Mango out there running in the Peugeot. If these three drivers can somehow get line astern, they get more points. So that's an additional bonus that they'll want, as we can now see all three of the cars running from the Mordor Game Club.
Right, so at the moment, all three of these drivers would be next to each other on track, but Sauber Zoom has come along and disrupted that a little bit. You can see in the bottom right of the picture there, the trailing MGC driver with a bright red gamer tag name up ahead of him, and that's Sauber Zoom. So Zoom may have to filter through all three of these drivers. It may be in MGC's advantage to let him do that.
Exactly.
In order for them to pick up that goal.
Well, and because it is even more important considering the next track that we are going to, which is Road America. 4 miles long, a lot of straight line, but you also do need the downforce there. So I would not run this setup on an Indy car at Road America. That would, quite frankly, be a bit suicidal. But for Meow, you want to almost be aware of where your teammates are to try and give yourself a better shot going into the last race. Put all your advantages into one car, Ali, and hope that that car steals the points away by getting a win.
Well, MGC's coach is Jay Rich, and Jay Rich will surely be on the monitor to them, chatting away and saying, look, hold on, guys. You know, we can do something smart here. We can pull something out which isn't necessarily the obvious tactic, and that may be words that are going through their team comms as we speak.
You're sacrificing at the most, Ali, 3 points for the 3 separate positions.
Interesting.
And you're gaining that bonus advantage. So, in terms of being a coach, you want to have the cool head. Unfortunately, that's not what Jay Rich is known for, though. He's known for being a very fiery personality on the track, so let's see how he faces his first challenge as a coach.
Well, from one team running 3 cars line astern to another team running 2 cars line astern. That's the JOTA team in 2nd and 3rd. It's close between these two drivers, with Commando running the 905, the old Group C car there in 2nd place, and the Indy car being run by Bokit. These two haven't had a lot to separate them throughout the laps. I will say, though, Shay, Bokit perhaps not pushing too hard, doesn't want to trouble his teammate too much out there on track.
It doesn't matter if they finish second or third and second. Either way, they're going to walk away with the same number of points. So save a little bit, maybe play tail gunner, give Commando the joy and the praise of what's going on right now. Bokit knows that his day is coming. He knows that Commando at 27 years old might not be doing this forever. So just let him take the second place. Don't cause tension in the team.
I like it, because that was kind of like, don't cause tension, but you did also call Commando a little bit of an old man there, which I
We called Lage an old man in the first race, and he's
quite
24, so I'm not gonna say anything. And here is Lage, the Frenchman, #1 in the world the last year gone by. And he'll be enjoying Silverstone. It's a very high-speed track, much like his favorite one, which is, of course, Le Sart, also known as Le Mans for those non-gamer speak.
Quite right. A great race here from Lage at a circuit that's really seemed to suit him, and this incredibly fast, built-out Indy car is coming through the final corner club for the last time, and it's a short run to the line to take that checkered flag up against the pit wall.
Wow.
And Lage will be elated as the JOTA team allow themselves to run across the line with a photo finish, Shay. That's lovely to see. Sauber Dave winning the first race, could only muster 5th across the line. But I will say, with Box up ahead of Dave there, Shay, he's going to get a whole heap of penalties here. We know that already.
Yes, and so what we've just seen where they crossed the finish line, not where we're going to see the points being allocated, and that's going to change a lot going forward. I didn't actually see, though, was Mordor Game Club able to get their cars line astern? Is that going to be bonus points? We just have to wait and see how it all filters out.
So many strategic things happening in that second race, and it was a very, very strategic and slightly cagey race for a lot of the teams. One team it wasn't at all cagey for, though, Kate, it was Red Bull Racing. What went wrong?
And let me tell you why, or Brian, Red Bull might be blowing it with these penalties, and there's a reason for that. And I don't mean it because they're not winning races or they're not going to be at the top, but there's a bigger reason for that. Brian, what is it?
Well, let's not forget that Bach started this race with the boost, so he had an opportunity to really make some hay here, score some points for his team, which he certainly did in the first race. Fantastic performance in the first race, but because of those penalties that he racked up, and we saw him go wide at one point on the track, that might have contributed to that. He's not finishing exactly where he wants to. We don't exactly know where they're going to finish. We've only got provisional results of what we were writing down. But we're looking at Box, and I know he's got 5-something seconds of penalty. It's going to push him back in the field. So when you combine that fact that he had the boost, it feels like a lost opportunity.
Yeah, it's certainly been their kryptonite, has been the FRR regulate penalties. Luckily, Lage is still delivering. Ultimately, they're getting to the top half of the field. Their first 2 races here have been great, but they'll get another opportunity if they survive this next race.
If they survive. But let's go ahead and take a look at what happened this last race. And I want to continue talking about what we mean by Red Bull potentially blowing it here initially is the fact that this is going into the bigger season. These points are adding up. We saw what happened with Williams Racing. Coming into this event weekend, Williams Racing was ahead of Red Bull, and that is the point that this is the bigger storyline, that's why these matches and these races are so important.
Every one of these races match. You see cars flying all over the place here. Here's Box's start. Here's Box side by side. We saw this incredible battle with Davies, and there's Box going wide. So was that one of the contributing factors to his FRR penalties? Probably, perhaps. We know he had at least 5 seconds of penalties in the race, FRR penalties, I should say. What happens in the adjudication remains to be seen, but just an example of Box struggling with this car. It feels like the car and the track, Andy, maybe weren't ideal for him this time around.
You know, in the end, though, I still think he's getting the results he wanted, and they're still getting the finishes they need. I like Red Bull, actually, here. I mean, he can't change how he's racing.
Well, and I want to add to what Shay said. She said putting his nose, that Peugeot nose, where it doesn't belong. So he is putting these moves. He is, being the driver that we all expect him to be, but at the cost a little bit, right, at this point.
It's hard for me to believe that Red Bull is happy with their performance so far. Yes, they might move on to the next round, but we've had a stop-and-go penalty for Lage in the first round, some penalties here in the second round. Venom feels like the right guy who's the most valuable performer right now.
Well, one thing that we were talking about too, Andy, is this risk versus reward. It did appear that at the start of this race, there was a lot of gusto, and that's important to note because maybe that's what Red Bull's working with, and that maybe that's a strategy right now. Is they're kind of putting it out there, they're laying it out there. If a penalty happens, a penalty happens. Maybe they're not weighing the overall bigger season points in part of their events today.
They're also trying to figure out how much the adjudication process they can get away with.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we
push the limits.
didn't see any penalties last race.
That's right.
Maybe we'll get one again, or maybe we won't have any penalties.
If Red Bull gets on to the next round, if they win this match, they move on to the next round, they've got a much easier, I don't want to say easy, but they've got a much easier field of competition. TX3 will be the only real challenger to them in the next round. So I think it's survival for Red Bull right now and points, double down on points next round if they can make it.
Very interesting. It all goes down to the strategy. It's so much fun. You know, one team that was really, I think, making an impression here is JOTA. I think we're seeing some good moves from them. They're holding their own ground.
Commando, start second, finishes second.
Right.
This is what you want from Commando. We know this guy's got all the pace in the world. Talked a bit at the top about how unlucky he is in Forza RC. He keeps getting hit by these circumstances over and over and over like lightning strikes. But here he is, delivering for his team, emerging as that on-the-track leader for the JOTA team.
How about, I think it's 2 races they've had a driver have to make a pit stop.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be in the end of this in second place, from the team ranks anyway. Hey, they're settling down. I like to see them, they're locked in right now. I like JOTA.
Yeah.
And I think consistency is key, and right now Commando is showing a smidge of that consistency. Well, the results are in. We have a little bit of a, I think it's good. I think overall, I think this is fun because I think it's really allowing for these strategies to play out, and I just wish we knew what exactly they're working with. Obviously, Lage up there at the top, Bowcat after in second, Commando. For JOTA, they're in third, Fox, Davey Skills, who I think probably isn't so stoked on how that event went for him. Venom and, of course, Chemical. It was an interesting race, I think, and I think this is a really important thing to note just as it relates to where these guys are kind of shuffling out and seeing how their skills are being put into action.
It's interesting to me, Chemical finished exactly where he started. He had that incident with Commando early in the race. I figured he would be a non-factor. I think Chemical's looking at 7th place and saying, yes, he's pumping his fist.
So.
Yeah, but did you see that start? He shot right through that field.
Yeah, you're right.
And he fell back.
I wonder if he feels like that was his home track, like as Shay was saying, it's about an hour outside of his homeland. I wonder if he feels Chemical, is this your home track? Just wondering. Anyways, anything else surprise you out of that so far?
Swapping places with Bocat and Commando. Bocat up to second. Good job.
No penalties.
No
Yeah.
penalties again.
No
No adjudication.
So you know what? I see this. They're okay with the level of contact we saw in the first 2 races.
So are we going to see more of that risk come out in this third event, this third race? Because we've seen incrementally it seems to grow. As we said at the top of of race number 2, a little bit more risky, a little bit more daredevil. Are we going to see that again?
From Sauber? Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
They got to make something happen.
They got to make something happen.
It just goes to show you how sensitive these cars are on the track, right?
Sure.
These aren't penalties necessarily, but it's so easy to spin these cars around.
Well, absolutely.
Bocat gets that hard charger award. They're going to get that last bonus.
Who are they going to give it to is the question.
Road America. Boy, do you do the Indy?
I would do the Indy because there's so many long straights.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that Indy car.
And that IndyCar knows that track well. I mean, you got to think of it from that perspective. That's the one that's run.
The only thing is, that long straight, if you put the aero package on it, you do lose a little bit of top speed.
I love
Get
Road
some
About
grip.
10 miles an hour.
Yeah, you get some grip, but you lose some top.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the match results at this point and see how this shimmies out a little bit. Again, we're talking about these points, and of course, what the point I was trying to make about Red Bull Racing there is, sure, they're winning this particular match at this point in time, but this is for the bigger series, the bigger season, moving towards the playoffs and knowing that their competition, Williams Racing, is not here right now. And I think seeing that storyline in the future weekends progress is going to be really fascinating.
JOTA, double down on the points here. do what you did in the previous race, you have a chance to move on to the next round. You're 16 points behind. I'm not saying it's a likely situation, but if JOTA can continue being JOTA, if Commando can continue to deliver, maybe win the race, they got a chance here to move on to the next round.
Two things happened in that last race. You're right. They gave themselves a better chance here for the last race, and they separated themselves from Sauber.
Well, as we are talking about the future of the series and what this really looks like, let's take a look at how the series format is coming to be. And again, this plays into the bigger storylines, what we're talking about with Red Bull, how that lines up with Williams Racing. We're right now in round 1. Again, we're in part 2 of chapter 1. If you want to put it in that perspective, we're in that round 1, match number 3, and moving on to match number 4 here in a little bit. But then moving forward to October 5th and 12th, we do this whole thing over again. Different lineups, different matchups, and that's what makes this all very interesting, because this is how those points. How do those qualifiers and finals work, you two? Just break it down, 101.
The point totals that you score will determine your seeding for the finals. So you want, obviously, the number 1 seed. That will be the most points scored in a single match. And that's what these guys are looking for. They're looking for the most opportunities to score as many points as they can, because that will determine the seeding in the finals.
Yeah, the top 7 automatically go right to the finals. But even if you're a team like Sauber, this match hasn't gone their way, and MGC, they still have a reason to race.
Yeah. The bottom 2 teams will be eliminated after week 6, I believe it is. So that's going to be
Don't
tough.
want to be there.
We might have some predictions. I don't want to make any predictions. But then you have that last chance qualifier in week 7. It's the final fight for the final position in the finals. 3 finals in 1 sentence. Well done, me.
I got to give that to you.
Nice.
Well done. How does that play in kind of the pressure, knowing that last chance qualifier? Because I know, like, in rallycross, right? And we're taking it to the streets in that way. Rallycross, they have that last chance qualifier, and there is a whole lot of pressure that's involved, but that's for just a single event. This literally could make or break a season.
This determines the fate of 1 of 4 teams for the rest of the ForzaRC. This is as pressurized as it's going to get. I love the finals. We're going to have a world champion. I am so looking forward to week 7, because that's going to be scratching and clawing for that final position. It's going to be deadly.
Man, let me tell you, I double-checked the batteries that day. Man, I'm going to be racing with gloves on.
That's right.
Mom, don't come in
Don't
my
come
room.
in, Mom. Leave me alone.
Oh, so good. All right, Allie, Shay, Road America is up next, my friends. Allie and Shay both, I think, have you spent any time actually, Allie, at Road America? I know, Shay, you have.
I wish I had. I've never been. Only in Forza. Only in my virtual dreams do I get to go wander around. Where's the best ice cream, Shay? You know all the little nooks and crannies of these places.
It's not the ice cream at
All
Road
right.
America, and you have to bear with me on this. Cheese curds, corn, bratwurst, everything you could ever want. The best food that you can buy at a racetrack anywhere.
Cheese curds, corn, and
Cheese
bratwurst.
curds, corn on the cob, like just came,
Okay,
you pass
yeah,
by the field,
yeah.
you stop and steal it from, no, I'm just kidding. But they do actually. The cheese curd, the corn, the bratwurst, they're legendary for
Okay.
it. 4.048 miles. It is some of the best racing in America. It's like racing through a park.
Well, let's check out this track with all its gross food over at Elkhart Lake.
All of Wisconsin is coming down with pitchforks right now to kill you, Allie.
I'll
just
jet
want
out
you to know
here in
that.
a few hours.
Oh, well,
Get ahead of that wave.
Let me try and save you
It's a
from
lot of
this one.
straight lines here, Shay.
It is, but 14 turns and some of the most magnificent areas in all of motorsport in North America. This is the legendary track. This is the track that teams come to when they're trying to prepare for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because it tests everything. The carousel, the kink, Canada corner. You've got turn 14 with the long uphill, and by the way, it is very, very much straight uphill. Think about COTA going into turn 1, and then about double it for Road America. Not quite that bad, but it is fantastic racing. Always want to make sure you have enough fuel in the tank to make it back up that last hill. Spencer Pompelli knows what I'm talking about. He's not made it quite a few times, but it is just such a magnificent racetrack. And I was just there in August, but I'm already ready to go back.
Well, Shay Adam, everyone, it's such a pleasure to have you here. It's such a wealth of knowledge. I'm having such fun throughout this series.
I haven't even talked about the go-kart track that's there,
we'll-
the zip line.
We'll get to the go-kart track. For now, let's get to the grid. We're going to check out where all those cars are going to line up. This is at the top of that hill you were just talking about, where Red Bull Racing, once again, If it works, I guess keep doing it. Liège on pole.
Yep, that's a very good plan going into the tight turn 1. Track limits always an issue at the exit of turn 1. I'm expecting it'll be the same for this race. Box starting in the 5th position in the Peugeot, and then Venom back in 9th in the Porsche. That's going to be a fun car to watch as well with all the long straights.
All right, we're going to shoot through the rest. Then we've got JOTA running in a second seed here. That's Bokit, Commando, and South at the back again. Third seed is going to be Sauber Esports. There we've got Dave, who's had such a strong day, and Zoom and Chemical hoping to maybe up their results here in the final round of this third match. And then MGC, Mordor Gaming Club, 4th seed, but I think they've done themselves proud so far.
They're the only team not to be starting their Indy car up at the front of the grid, though. So how far is Chick Pizza going to drop at the start of this race when we get going? It's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
So we're hearing that Mango from MGC and Commando are both running boost upgrades in this race. Mando in the Peugeot, and Mango, by my notes, also in the 905. So that's 2 drivers in the Group C car, both taking their boosts.
And the main boost being the tires. That's going to be an advantage for Road America because it's 4 miles long, but it's a lot of lateral Gs. You've got the long straights, but the turns, particularly the carousel, it's a long extended turn. That really does wear down the tires.
I love it. The carousel is kind of on the mid-track. For those of you who play the game but maybe don't know the names of the corners, you head it into that long right-hander and take that double apex before you get onto the back straight. Awesome corner, and hoping we're going to see some overtaking there.
Not exactly a straight, by the way, the back straight with the legendary Kink. And if you haven't crashed at the Kink before, don't worry, you will.
That's right, you haven't played Forza yet. Let's head into this race, and we're on board with Meow, who's already passed one of the JOTA drivers in the run up past the start-finish there. The JOTA driver on the side of the track, so interesting to see. Meow still holding back here in 11th position with that pack up ahead. I'm watching the cars sliding wide here into the gravel, and it's South who was off on the side of the road there, the 919, getting caught out with its great launch from its all-wheel drive. So perhaps that getting him into trouble. South with a little wiggle on the straight, saying hi to everyone. It's nice to see him out racing. Here we go, Shay. Down through this first set of corners, and Meow has done a strongish job.
He has the low downforce kit on the IndyCar, and I was just looking at the screens trying to see if everybody's running those. It looks like it, as there's a bit of contact between JOTA South and Mango, as now Mordor Driving Club with cars in 11th and 12th. That's not good.
Well, South is a man on the move, maybe a little bit enraged after that start, and the anger's helping him because he's sluiced past a whole host of drivers already and up into 9th position in that 919, is now breathing down the neck of Sauber Chemical. Chemical, who's had such a tumultuous time throughout the first 2 races today, and South now breathing down his neck as well, and hopefully these two can start getting their pace down in the 919s and catching up to the pack up ahead up the road. Here we are on board a little further up the road with the next Sauber teammate, and that's Zoom running in 7th place, hoping to close down JOTA Commando up the road.
You see the great building in the background there? That's where they hold the drivers' meetings. It's a giant empty barn, pretty much, that echoes all the sound as we climb the hill up to the start-finish line. Now, lap 1 out of the way, on to lap 2. The question lies with Red Bull Racing. Do they aim to try and tie their 98 points, get a couple more, and try and move closer to that title of Williams right now, holding with 107 points? Or do they just make it?
Hold on, Shay, because the guts on Zoom through that round the outside at turn 1 of RBR Venom, no less. A driver absolutely notorious for being unbelievably quick, and Zoom just throws it around the outside like he just don't care. Awesome move.
He zoom past.
He zoom past.
There you go. Made it look easy. Yeah, and down through turn 5, Sauber Zoom not with as good of an exit, giving Venom an opportunity to look back up the inside as they go underneath the Corvette bridge into 6th. Looks like the advantage might lie with the Porsche, at least for now. Side
by side, these two in 4th and 5th just up the road. You can see the battle just over the crest here are also very close together. That's Commando and Box, both running the Peugeot 905, but remember that Commando has got the bonus build that he's running here, so he's going to have slightly stickier rubber underneath him, and that's going to help out immensely here at the carousels. We power out and down towards the kink. It'll be full flat in these Group C cars. They generate such a huge amount of downforce, and Commando stuck in that draft and waiting for a chance to strike any second now. Just looks to the inside, doesn't make the move, but threatens it enough that Box runs a car width wide through Canada corner, and we're on board with Box looking backward now as Commando continues to fish around for a gap.
Sounded like there was a little bit of contact there as Commando just gently nudged the back of Box, but that's going to hurt his exit speed trying to get up that long hill and try and catch back up to Box before they get to turn one. I think it's teammate Box right now who's got the advantage. Teammate Lage is leading the way.
So RBR Lage leads the way on lap 3 of 9. I haven't checked in with that battle for the lead yet. It'd be interesting to see how close those drivers are to each other. I wonder, Lage has a reputation for checking out when he gets in the lead, so that's one we'll continue to monitor. Certainly, you can see behind there, that's Bokit in the same car, skinny-winged IndyCar as Lage. Yeah, a little lockup, or was that a touch of handbrake?
Could have been, and that's something that we've seen quite a bit of today, and I know a lot of people are talking about that on the chat. Ali, how does using the e-brake actually help you in Forza?
It's all about rotating the car, Shay. It's all about on the slow corners, especially with all-wheel drive cars. You'll see them tapping the handbrake just for a second and getting the car to pivot on the spot. It gives you just a little bit of a spring. As you go through the corner, you can just power out from there. Can be faster. Often it's a way of covering up mistakes, though, rather than a way of getting genuinely more speed on track.
Interesting. Hot air balloons floating around in the background. I've never seen those when I've been to Road America. What's going on?
You're not going on the right day, Shay. We've got all the hot air balloons out here on Forza. We bring the tracks at their very best.
I've been to Road America more times than I can count, and I've never seen those out there before. As Commando having another look at Box coming through Canada corner. Commando, very wide apex there. It's an interesting line to take as Box is holding very defensive lines.
I feel, Shay, as though this one's a matter of when, not if. Box starting to look more and more scrappy on the rear end of that 905, more and more pressured as we move through this. Where do you think on this circuit is Commando's best shout for an overtake?
The exit of turn one for sure, because he can get the draft going down the straight like he's doing right now as Commando. Box was moving out of line to try and break it, but if Commando can just tuck the nose of the Peugeot in smoothly enough and get the power down, he'll be able to have a good look at the exit of one. Wasn't able to do it that time around, but let's see what he does the next lap.
908 is 905 up ahead. It's so squirrely. It's unbelievable to see as Box just applies the power every time he gets on the throttle, and it's one of those magic moments from these great drivers. Every time they're on the throttle, it suddenly grips up and everything's fine. But when you're in the corners, it's loose, it's fast, it's flowing, and Box showing us all of his skill to keep that absolutely beastly Peugeot 905 in one piece, despite the loving attentions of a certain JOTA Commando who's a rap-tap-tapping on the back door.
Oh, Ali, I'm a Porsche girl. Can we go look at some of the Porsches that are out on track? The 919s, there's a battle between South and Chemical right now, fighting for that 8th position, and JOTA South does not want to give it up. The young Scottish driver who is only 21 years old, 2 years into playing this game, as opposed to Chemical, who's been at it for 13 years. So right now it's London versus Scotland out on track.
We should think back to the start of this race. JOTA South with a terrible start. We saw him slip all the way back down to last place, and he's been running a recovery race ever since, pushing his way through the pack. Last time we left him, he was just closing onto the rear of Sauber Chemical, and he's found his way through now up into 8th place, and Chemical moved from the defensive position to, well, hopefully, if he has the pace, a chance to attack JOTA South. But for my money, Shay, South, he's disappearing up into the distance.
He is. He's running away, and he's very smooth on the controls. That's something, too, that I've noticed. Ali, Chemical was having a lot of erratic movement. Now, that's not always a bad thing. I mean, if you look at the steering trace, for example, which is the chart that shows you the input of steering for Scott Dixon, it's all over the place. And the guy is a 6-time champion. So if you include his Indy Lights conquest, which I do, and then you look at what Chemical's doing, the car is just sort of bouncing back and forth. That's not something that the 919 rewards. Maybe that's why he's been struggling with the car today.
Well, that battle for 2nd place is still on fire. It's, the battle for 4th place still on fire. That's Commando up against Box, and Commando with the wide entry, and he's up the inside now as we head up the hill. The next is a left, and he's going to have this and make it stick. Box running so wide. Commando on the power earlier and making it stick when it really counts here at the Forza Racing Championship. Commando up into 4th place. What a run, Shay. It's been all day long for Commando.
That's what he's been setting up this whole time, Ali. He was just waiting for the tiniest of opportunity, the tiniest mistake from his German counterpart, and JOTA Commando goes through into 4th position. So right now he's trying to catch back up to JOTA Bokit, his teammate, running up there in 2nd still, isn't he?
Well, take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, because you will not see that often. Box getting overtaken on track by anybody, and especially here in the Forza Racing Championship. We're back with Bokit momentarily there, just to show you guys the gap up to the lead. Still a little bit far there for Bokit to make any moves. Lap 5 of 9 still, but Box hoping for a comeback here, Shay.
But the important thing, Ali, right now, the point swing goes to JOTA because they have 2 cars in the top 4, whereas Red Bull only have 2 cars within the top 5. I mentioned it a bit earlier. Are they aiming to get through, or are they aiming for the highest points tally? Because right now, Red Bull can only make it through. They cannot trouble the 107 points of Williams.
Well, I'll tell you, it's certainly been a spirited run, Shay, from the JOTA team.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've got enough difference here to truly threaten Red Bull in their position at the top of the table. It looks likely that Red Bull are going to move forward into the 4th match of this first round, and the 2nd match that we've got today, which will be coming up very shortly. For now, though, JOTA will certainly need to do a little bit more in order to knock them off that top spot.
No, they would, and they would need a little bit of help too in the form of Lage perhaps falling off of the lead and falling well back down the field, but just giving a little bit of tribute here. Red Bull Racing, they're an F1 team as well. Sauber, they're an F1 team in the form of Alfa Romeo. JOTA is not a Formula One team. They are a small racing organization that has found massive amounts of success. They won the 2014 24 Hours of Le Mans. They're a very strong organization. So to see them doing so well in the esports world so early on in their life, that is just heartwarming from a sports car fan.
And how much of that do you think comes down to the team philosophy? Because they're a real friendly, a tight group.
Very much so. It's the same mechanics that you see once a year, but you always see them. And that means that there's very little turnover. It's a great family environment. And JOTA right now representing their team name well in the esports world.
Well, Red Bull Racing, perhaps less of a family environment and a little bit more of a little bit more cut thrust in terms of the way they bring drivers on and chuck them off if they don't perform strongly. Strong performances, though, I would say today from Lage and Box and of course Venom as well, who we haven't been able to shower with praise enough here, running that 919 and running it incredibly strongly in the mid-pack.
Right now in the 7th place, so that means that Red Bull is running 1st, 5th, and 7th. That is a terrific points haul. Unfortunately, they needed about 1st, 2nd, and 3rd finishing places to try and get up to the Williams total from the first round, but as they run right now, doing enough to make it through to the next round where they might just have an easier path to a lot of points, Sally.
Well, that's a great point, because this race has been stacked. So let's face it, we've got JOTA, we've got Sauber, we've got Red Bull Racing, MGC also maybe making up the numbers a little bit here, but those top 3 teams, a lot of high-quality drivers in them. Next time out, arguably, the leading team, the fastest team in that race, are going to have an easier time of it with the likes of SMP Racing. We've got AMS with a very young squad here in 2019 coming along, and also TX3. TX3 actually with a strong and quite experienced squad, but one that potentially hasn't quite gelled just yet.
Box has not been able to catch back up to JOTA Commando, so a very good performance once again from the 27-year-old. We said earlier on that he's a bit of a one-lap wonder. What would he be able to do in terms of race pace and consistency? Commando has been thoughtful, he's been decisive, and he's been exactly what he needed to for the team. That's the most important part. He let Bokit through at the end of the last race, not forget.
Well, it's been a great pleasure watching Commando through this whole match. He's thrown away a lot of the bad luck that's plagued him in previous Forza Racing Championships and Forza Esports competitions, and it's great to see him up here running very strongly. Keep in mind he gave that position a smart tactical decision last time out to give Jacob Bokit the position toward the end of the race. It secured the hard charger award and got them a bonus boost for this race, so a nice strategic position. Red Bull Racing, we're on board now with Box, of course. slightly less strong strategically.
Is Lage even still in this race? I mean, we haven't seen him in
In the
such
next
a long
county.
time. No, yeah, there he is. No, he's already on the race for 3 weeks' time when we
Right.
come back to Road America. I don't know, I'm just making it up at this point. But he has cleared away from the rest of the field. And second place, to give you an example, just now exiting the carousel. So Lage with a huge advantage on track, and he's still pushing. You can see it in the way that the car is reacting. So Lage has not let up at all. For Red Bull Racing, though, when are they going to shift the attention? When is Venom going to be given the same love that Lage is? Because the 21-year-old from Illinois, yes, he's only been playing this game for 3 years, but Venom is used to being a team leader. He's used to a little bit better than this. So Lage right now sitting in the spotlight, and that is fantastic, but they do need to share the love.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Just behind Lage, speaking of sharing the spotlight, we do have Jacob Bokit, JOTA Bokit these days, I guess is his gamer tag. He has run a very strong race. Keep in mind, this is Bokit's first ever appearance in the Forza Racing Championship. His first time to shine here, and he's kept Lage, the 2018 Forza Racing champion, a driver with more accolades to his name than most people have had, I don't know, hot dinners, for example. A lot of accolades anyway.
Yeah.
He has kept him incredibly honest throughout this race.
It's true.
9 laps in, and that's a 2-3 second advantage Lage has. Bokit is there, ready to pounce on the off chance that Lage did make a mistake.
But more importantly, Bokit has been holding down the second position, which is second place points, which his team needs, because they're not going to get an opportunity to race again. So whatever JOTA eSport winds up with at the end of this race, whatever the tally is, that's what they've earned from the first round.
Well, looking one position back from Bokit as well, we can hop on board with Sauber Dave. And, well, what a great performance it's been from Sauber Dave, who I think a lot of luck has played into it, but hasn't received the support from his teammates that he really needed in this round.
No, he hasn't. Chemical has been somebody we've talked about, not for the right reason. Zoom is somebody who's barely even been present. So for Sauber, a day that they'll want to forget. For Red Bull Racing Esports, though, a start to the day that they will be happy with. You see how long this climb up is? The pit lane starts about there, just at the edge of the bridge, and it goes all the way down. He still hasn't reached the end of the pit lane yet. Still going, still going. I have to walk that all the time, Allie. You know how many miles I rack up on a Road America weekend?
A whole lot.
A lot.
Well, someone who's racked up a lot of miles is Lage.
Oh.
He's taken the victory here in race number 3, and it's been a great performance from Lage, leading the way for the Red Bull Racing squad. That's the third race in the books, everybody, and wow. Red Bull Racing came back in that match so strong, Shay, after a very rocky start.
Yeah, and we saw Box there, just a flash of him at the end of the race, coming home 5th position. So 1st and 5th, if those are the points that they're getting, it's not the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd that we were hoping that Red Bull Racing would be getting close to, so that they could challenge that points tally. They still have 3 races today, though, provisionally. We have to see the final points and see where everybody lines up. But Red Bull's going to be happy they made it through. They're not happy with their performance, though.
Well, some racing days are a little bit like a dime bar, and they're soft on the outside initially, but get harder in the middle. Others are more like aardvarks, as the old advert goes, and they're harder initially and get easier as you head on through them. Kate, things are going to get a little bit easier for Red Bull Racing in match number 2.
Literally, I think was all of our faces. Allie, what was that?
Aardvark truck?
Are you hungry?
They're tasty. If they're prepared, if they're seasoned properly, aardvarks are delicious.
Everyone's trying that after that. Anyways, well, thank you for that. I don't even know what that analogy meant. So, but I want to talk about Red Bull. So there's that. I think that was obviously a solid performance by Lage. I'd be interested to hear from Asics if they're happy with the performance, as Shay had mentioned, because they did win 2 and 3 with Lage, obviously, but they've had those penalties, and more importantly, they have also won their classes. So, what do you think? Are they happy?
If I'm Asics, I'm happy, because this is what they had to do. They had to get past a couple of really tough teams to make their way into match number 4 and start piling on the points. So, yeah, I'm sure they would have rather had the penalties. But to move on is the goal here.
Happy? I'd be thrilled. You get another chance to race. Those guys are like Twinkies. They don't go bad.
What is up with all these references?
We're
Well,
starving!
if you're shopping Aardvark bars or whatever, I'm going Twinkies.
Yeah, you would think that there would be some sort of at least contentment with how they performed today, and of course this is what they're working through, is trying to figure out the balance of the penalties, how strategy goes into this. But this race altogether, lap 1 wasn't an eventful race.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Commando go there a little bit wide, and another guy who's had a great day, all top to bottom for Commando. Good stuff. With Red Bull, we were looking, Andy and I were talking during the race, and we're looking at each of them within their class. Of course, provisional results here. Andy, we were looking at these guys were at one point dominating their classes, and drivers like Venom doing even more.
Those 3 passes you just saw, keep in mind, those are 905s passing the 919. He's not racing those cars. He needs to be the fastest 919, and Venom was.
Yeah, so fantastic performance from Venom all the way around. We talked about that number 3 role for Venom. He's really owning it. He started further up in the order in some of these races, but Venom proving his worth throughout the day in a way that maybe he didn't as much in match 1 and 2 last week.
Speaking of proving his and or their worth, JOTA, consistent performance, would you agree?
Consistent from Commando for sure. I mean, we're talking about 2 third-place finishes for Commando on the day. Referred to it earlier, his sort of legendary bad luck. I'm thinking back of London when his controller sort of gave out and he eventually had to drop out of the race. But we know this guy can do it when he's given the right circumstances. I really like what I've seen of Commando today, sort of pulling his team along on those big shoulders of his.
He was all over box like a bad rash through 5 laps around Road America. And I think he actually made that pass on lap 5. I thought it was a great pass, great move, even to pass box in class.
Brian, where do you think they fall in the grand scheme of things?
Well, we were actually doing some back of the napkin math here, and I don't think they're gonna move on to the next round, JOTA is. We're speculating that they will finish ahead of Lazarus and maybe even the 3rd place team. So they're looking somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 points or so. So that would put them above Lazarus. A great finish for week 1 for them.
Well, the good news is those race results are in, and I think it's pretty. We kind of know what happened. There were a couple of different position changes, as you can see. That keeps it interesting, but I think that it was a gentleman race overall. It seemed to be a nice day at the racetrack at Road America.
Hey, the Indy cars were the fastest, clearly. Here's Elage, Boket, Dave, 1, 2, 3 in the Indy. No position changes either there, so they started how they finished.
If you look at the Mordor Game Club, this is, I'm surprised to see Chic Pizza all the way in the back, but this is kind of where we thought Mordor would be all day long, in the 10th, 11th, and 12th spot. So the fact that they finished further up in the order in the earlier races is good for them. They got to look at that as success. Road America they can put behind them.
Sure. Move on.
Yeah.
At that point, move on. But some good takeaways. And honestly, I bet there's some good takeaways from the team strategy altogether, that in this particular match number 3, I think it's going to be a good reset to see what happens next weekend and what the teams have learned and how they're going to work together and continue to grow, knowing that the bigger idea is the end, those playoffs, and then the LAN event.
Commando gets the hard charger. It was the pass on box that did it.
He did start with that boost upgrade, though. Remember, too. Like,
but that's what
is
you
that
do.
Confidence? Is there something where you're like, I got this. I'm gonna take it from the go and have the momentum forward?
If you're starting the race with a boost upgrade, you're expected to do this kind of thing at this level. So Commando is doing what he needed to do.
Sure.
Well done.
Fortunately, no more racing.
That's
All
right.
right.
So that's right. But I think they can take away a successful conversation from Day and say, look, we did really well. Provisionally scored the 2nd most points of all teams today. Let's look at our strategy, boys, and see what we have to do for the next time they compete.
Well, we know that this is playing a bigger part into the overall rounds. We're part of round 1, but round 3, how it all shook down, and before we head out to round 4, I think it's really interesting to see what happens in that match number 3. And I think we know from the overall that Red Bull Racing there was taking the hit, but something to note, guys. Williams Racing had 107, and that is the target. That's obviously something, and they have now won 2 of the matches. One point.
2 matches in a row they've won. They move on to match 4. 2 points more than last week. Remember, they got 98 points last week, so an improvement, but still 7 points shy of Williams' 107 from match 1 last week. So Red Bull Racing still got some work to do. Oh, by the way, I called it. I said they'd have 81. They got 80, Andy.
And good points all
Well
from
done.
JOTA there.
Yeah.
Just let's take a step back here. Red
Yep.
Bull's beaten Williams, JOTA, Sauber, THR, and MGC in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's a great start.
Well, and so we also know that there's some room for improvement with Red Bull Racing because they also had those penalties.
Sure.
So as we talk to ASICS in just a bit, I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategy, what they're going to do, what are some of those resets for match number 4, especially knowing that the competition may or may not be a little different than what match number 3 was.
Yeah, I want to know what ASICS was telling his boys.
Well,
You
the
gotta-
good news
yeah.
is we're going to find out because ASICS is ready and waiting to have a quick chat with us. And I think we have some questions for you, ASICS. Come join our fun, please, and let us know some of the thoughts that what might be considering as we see that they're at 100 points. And, of course, the target is, hi there, buddy. Hi, nice to see your face.
Hi. How you doing?
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You look like you're Red Bulled out. This is good. All right, so to begin,
Yeah.
are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How satisfied with Red Bull Racing are you right now?
For now, I'd say, like 9, because the strategy of tonight was actually to pass this match because that was the hardest one of the night. To score more points in the match 4, so we did well. We did really well, and I'm really happy about the guys.
Well, that's good. It's good that we're all placing bets over here on if you guys are going to be happy with the results or not, and knowing that there were a couple of penalties. And one of the things that we had talked about over here was that the opportunity in the conversation about you guys blowing it with the penalties, and I mean that in a very kind, considerate way, but with Box and Leish having the stop and go, that playing into the bigger points conversation, which is that you're chasing that 107 points of Williams Racing. Do you feel like you blew it at all with those penalties,
Yeah,
or does it give you a chance to work on it?
Yeah, actually, the penalties. For the one that Leish had, we actually expect to have something because even if the contact was not like it was a 50-50 fall, but we accept the penalty, and then it was Leish managed to have the big lap to actually make his penalty and still be in front of everybody else.
Right.
So that was actually pretty good, and for Box, the penalty was just circumstances because everyone was crashing at the first corner. But the strategy, like I said, we actually didn't really plan to actually beat Williams' score on this match because we know that it was supposed to be like really hard. The plan is to pass this match and to beat the score on the next one.
So that you guys were kind of playing out, getting a feel for the tracks and the cars and what that all meant for you. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that 107 points. How much is the bigger series, knowing that right now you're chasing down Williams Racing? How much is that really ultimately the strategy for the Invitational Series in 2019?
We have only one goal, is to be the first seed for the Invitational and just win everything. So the next match will be, I think, one of the biggest chance for us to actually score a lot of points and to make sure to be first seed. So we're going to give everything we had to actually make that happen.
Well, ASICS, we appreciate your time, and of course, your coaching is obviously paying off. All 3 of those drivers are capable, and as we just talked about over here, that Venom is proving himself as well, and it's kind of a lot of fun to see the team working together and what that really means. So good luck out there. Go get them with that 107 points. We'll see how that all comes to be. And of course, we have a survey going on too within the chat, so make sure you join us for that fun, because if you do complete the full survey, you get an ultimate
Game
Game Pass
chance
ultimate.
to win, right? We're not giving it to everyone. I think you get a chance to win.
A chance to win. Sorry, I just wanted everyone. You get one.
It's an Oprah show at this point.
Everyone's getting it. But make sure you complete that survey because you do get a chance to then.
The Game Pass.
Game Pass Ultimate.
100+
for
games.
a full month for free.
Yeah, new stuff coming in all the time. New games coming in. Forza Horizon 4 is one of the games in Game Pass. You get a chance to play a Forza game.
So good. It's so good. Do you have a favorite part of that?
The Game Pass?
Like,
You can sit down. You don't have to go to the store. Comes to
Start
you.
downloading.
Yeah. Again, double check your batteries. Yeah.
That's right.
All right, real quick, any takeaways from the ASICS conversation? Of course,
I think it comes right down to what we were saying earlier. It felt like these guys were just trying to get past JOTA, just trying to get past Sauber, set themselves up for a great performance in match 4, and hopefully, listen, against tough competition, they were still only 7 points away from Williams' result.
He mentioned something about Liege getting that fastest lap possible. When's he going to serve the penalty? When is he going to serve the penalty?
Yeah.
And he almost waited to
Lap
the last
11.
lap 11. But he only dropped to 4th.
Yeah.
so much
What a
about
call.
strategy.
What a call.
Yeah. Well, match number 3 is under the belt, and that's great. Red Bull Racing taking home the win with 100 points. We'll be right back with you as match 4 is coming right up. Stay with us. to the Forza RC Invitational Series 2019, match number 4 of round number 1. My goodness.
Trying to keep all this straight. A lot of matches, a lot of rounds. Well, let's race. Let's just race. We'll get there.
But we got to have some fun along the way.
That's true.
Okay, so one of those fun things, if you will, is a poll. We were talking about the fact that we know that Red Bull Racing is now going to be competing in match number 4 in order to potentially hit the 107, let's say 108 points over Williams Racing. Can they do it?
Can they do it? If they're going to do it, this is the opportunity. I think they can. TX3 is going to be a challenge for them. There's Alien Motorsport as well. This is their opportunity. I don't know if they'll get a better chance this entire season.
And this is the one. This is the one. This is the one where they can get those most number of points. If like Asic said, if he wants to be the number 1 seed, they have to make that right now. Yeah. How crazy is that?
Every round matters.
All right. So another buddy of ours is our Mr. Mellish. He's so fond of him.
My heart is beating faster now.
I know, we just love him. He has his own show, The Mellish Show. Brian, look at that face.
I know.
There he is. Hi, Mellish.
I got palpitations looking at this. Forza RC Inside Line with Mellish. Debuted earlier this week. He gave an amazing breakdown, not just of what's going on in the race, but some great tips on how to drive the 919 and what these Forza RC drivers are doing with a very unique car. This car drives almost unlike any other car in the field right now.
He broke it down and I learned something. I've played this game since Forza Motorsport 2 and I picked something up. And Mellish is even faster than me and he picked something up from Roadrunner.
That's right.
So if you want to look and pick up a couple extra seconds, not just talking a half second, couple seconds.
Yeah.
Watch the Mellish Show.
Well, a big congrats, Mellish. That's awesome. We're so stoked for you that you have your own show there. And that was a great headshot, by the way. Nice headshot. Anyways, talking about if you're just joining us now, there's a whole lot of new good stuff coming out of the championship this year. Breaking it down for us, Brian, taking it from the top, series, rounds, matches.
That's right. We are in round 1 of the Forza RC Invitational Series 2019. Last week was matches 1 and 2. Came down to Williams. Red Bull moved on. We just saw match number 3. Red Bull Racing is moving on to where we are now, match number 4, the final match of round 1. So in this round, everybody's going to be trying to score as many points as possible, which will again determine that seeding in those finals that are coming up at the end of November.
Every team will now be on the track. Every team will have their chance to race. So now you get to see and speculate who's going to be in those qualifier spots, who's going to get eliminated.
Yep, there goes Williams moving in into round 2. They were beaten by Red Bull. Red Bull obviously just took out JOTA Sauber to move into match number 4.
And as we know, the goal for Red Bull Racing today is to exceed the 107 points of Williams Racing because, again, this is not just about these matches, this round. This is about the playoffs, the LAN event, the $250,000 that's on the line at the end of the season. And that's why they're pushing today, and their goal is to get 108 and above.
This may be the chance for Red Bull to set the high bar for the entire field. They score 110, 115, 120 points here. It'll be difficult for any other team out there to have this perfect storm of matchup and ability and teamwork and to score more than that.
I'm not ready to hand it off to Red Bull quite just yet,
Hold
How
on
much
tight.
practice did they put into this match? Did they know they're going to win the first match? That's a tough call to make.
Yeah, no, it was a solid lineup, and I do know that they probably had the idea that they were going to win. I would imagine their expectations were such they were no less than a win.
When you race for the horns, you expect to win.
That's right.
But we know that it's not just about Red Bull Racing here in match number 4. They're up against some additional steep competition. Virtual, we're going to kick it off with these drivers, and they're TX3, the guys, Lightning, there you are.
There he
Mr.
is.
Jack, Wesley, but this is the team to look out for against Red Bull Racing today, and those that may stop them from the 110 points, if you will.
Yeah, if there's a hope that to thwart Red Bull, it's going to be in the behind the wheel with Lightning and Mr. Jack and Wesley. We've seen these guys in previous seasons of the Forza RC. Obviously, Lightning Andy is a legend who has all the pace in the world. Does he have the dedication? Does he have the drive to continue to fight against a big team like Red Bull? I think is the question here for me.
He's a heavyweight in the Forza community. and not in boxing terminology, these guys are the big guys, right?
Yeah.
Lightning was that guy. We're getting Lightning Lage back today. How cool is that?
Yeah, it makes my heart happy for sure. But it's not just TX3 that's going to be competition here today. Of course, we obviously have Alien Motorsport, and I think as it relates to a mix of gentlemen out there running and racing, what do you think, Brian?
Well, Huracan is obviously the on-track leader here. We actually don't know a lot about Tiku and Storm 1919, but they're going to be looking, my guess is they're going to be looking to Huracan to lead them and get the results on the track and see how they can follow up.
Yeah, Tiku and Storm, they're both rookies. Never raced in the Forza Racing Championship, so this will be their first time. I spoke to Huracan earlier in the week and he said, you know what, head down, we're just going to race.
And don't forget, their coach is 14 years old. I mean, he tells us he'll turn 15 soon, which is good. That's great, but these guys are looking to a 14-year-old to be the person in their ear to give them the strategy. So really interesting here. We'll see how he communicates with his drivers.
And moving right along to Red Bull Racing, these are guys we saw here in match 3. We know what this lineup is like. We know that these guys have the experience, the knowledge. You have Asics on their team coaching them along. We know their goal today. One thing that's going to help with their goal is that SMP is not running today.
Yep.
So there's only 3 teams that are running in match 4. An important thing to note, especially since the ultimate goal is to hit above Williams Racing at that 107 points for Red Bull Racing.
So a team is not racing, so those positions are available now. Again, this is the perfect storm for Red Bull Racing. One of the teams is not even competing this weekend. So all the more opportunity. Guys, get it done if you're going to get it done anytime. Here's the weekend.
I'm thinking bigger. AMS and TX3 like this too, so they get more points.
That's true.
Well, I think it's time to get racing. We want to see that green flag wave. Let's go over to Shay and Ali Tack for more on what's to come.
Hey, thanks so much, Kate. Here we go, getting ready for the second match of the day, the second set of 3 races, and we've got 3 outstanding teams who are all fighting their way toward that incredible offline event and $250,000 of prizes. So it's going to be an awesome way to end the day. Back here with me, Ali Tack and Shay Adam, still here on the desk. And I mean, Red Bull look like they might have done the hard bit now.
Yeah, they really do. This is what they've been aiming for all day. Their lives were just made a lot easier by finding out that SMP not going to be fighting against them. 3 ridiculously awesome racetracks, though, in this section of racing. So Red Bull Racing, very different sort of tracks that they're going to have to adapt their strategies to. I think that there might be the high downforce setting left on the IndyCar of Liège at the very least for all 3 of the tracks, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
So much strategy, Shay, coming out. We're heading first of all to a track that actually I don't have a lot of love for. It's the infield at Indianapolis.
Have you never been?
I've never been.
There you go.
That's why. Is that why?
Yep, there it is. It's a very
the
technical
smell.
course. Yes, 2.6 miles. The version that we're going to be running is 2.43. It's 13 turns. Some people say 14. They break the last one up. But the most important thing, this is the Speedway, the Motorsport Legend Speedway. The pagoda featured on the screen and the yard of bricks that still does span not only the start-finish line, but it runs well into the parking lot. You walk on those bricks, you lean down and feel them. You don't dare kiss them because that is something sacred for only people who have won at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This track, it's featured IndyCar, of course, as you would expect, kart, Formula One, NASCAR still races there with the Brickyard 400. Motorcycles have raced there. They race planes there now, Ali. It is just one of the legendary tracks that we still get to watch racing at today.
All right, so we're coming into today, and Shay's like, I think there's 1 or 2 tracks I haven't been to in like the last 2 weeks here. So I just sit here just enraptured, just like, go on, tell me more about Indianapolis.
I was there in July
and the bricks.
It was very hot. The bricks. Oh, it's so cool, Ali, because they're not all flush. They were actually laid down in 1909. So there's a little bit of discrepancy in the layering of it, in the equality of everything. And really, when you just lay a hand on them, you just kneel down next to them, you can feel the power of the Speedway. I know I sound insane, but it really is something. There is something magic about that place. And the people who have found success there have gone on to do things and become legends of the sport. So who's going to start off today with the win at the Brickyard.
Well, that's it. And speaking of slight discrepancies between things, boost upgrades are in effect in this first race. And we should mention that because every single team, Shay, starts off with one upgrade that they can allocate to any driver.
Well, for Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's a place that obviously it's very good in the oval formation for that low downforce kit for the IndyCar, but the infield is very, very technical. You do have two long straights where it does have the advantage of running a low downforce setup, but in terms of what I would do, I would say throw all the downforce on there, make your IndyCar fast through the infield, and try and do what Simon Pagenaud did this year, which was win both races, but you start off with the win on the infield course.
Right, well, the first person trying for that win will be a pole position sitter. That's, of course, Hurricane. It says NA there, but he does have an attributed name, and that is Hurricane. Fourth place on the grid will be Wesley. Keep in mind, this is a shorter, truncated grid without the SMP team. And then seventh place, Mr. Jack. Second on the grid, side by side with Hurricane, will be Tiku, a young driver from Germany, with Storm in fifth and Hurricane in eighth. And our final team out there, of course, Red Bull Racing, hoping to get big points here to challenge the Williams team on the overall table. And they're going to start off by putting Venom in third, Lage in sixth, and way back at the rear of the pack, it's that Peugeot box.
It's Box looking to make up all the positions at the start of the race. I like that move, particularly at a place like Indy. Box is going to be fun to watch in that Peugeot.
All right, well, we were talking earlier on about boost upgrades, and all the teams start with just one, but you can win more by doing little things inside the race, little things that are quite big things, really, like overtaking the most people in a pack filled with pro drivers. Not easily done. Finishing 3 cars line astern, coming across the line 1, 2, 3 like that. It doesn't matter where you are on the pack. So, for example, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's another way of getting one. And the final way is keeping it squeaky clean and not getting any penalties. So there's some ways the teams can kind of influence their strategy while they're out there on track.
If I'm looking at these teams coming in, looking at the beast that is Red Bull Racing you're going up against, I'm starting to think, you know what? If it doesn't go great off the start, maybe we drop back and run 7th, 8th, and 9th. We still get 7th, 8th, and 9th points. And that boost upgrade. That's
right, and so then you're all set for the next race. It's very, very strategic here in the Forza Racing Championship 2019. Lots and lots of ways in which they can use some of their headstrongs to make up for some of their thumbstrongs. Thumbstrongs.
I do like that, actually, pointing out the fact that everybody is playing on a controller. There's no wheels and pedals here. A lot of people come into the community like me, new to this stuff. That's an exciting aspect, Ali.
All right, well, let's get trackside as soon as possible. We're heading down to the Brickyard, that incredible atmosphere of this stadium. You capture a little taste of that here on Forza Motorsport 7, and it's an amazing place to be, amazing place to race. And we're running down towards turn 1 on board with Box, of course, in that Peugeot 905 as we head down toward the right-hander that's going to take us straight off this oval and into the infield. Box up the inside, I think, of his teammate there. Was that Lage already on the outside of the track, or was that just another dark blue car? It was,
no, it was
another one. It was Wesley, I think. No, you're right. It was Lage off the track and last place in race 1.
Well, this is certainly a mix-up from what we've seen in the last couple of races. The IndyCar falling all the way back to the back of the pack. We haven't seen an IndyCar yet be able to come through and pass other people for positions in the way that we would expect Lage to drive. Now, if he can get back through everybody as he goes around Storm 1919 fairly easily, can he then make up all those bonus points?
He'd have to drop back. I think it's the difference between your starting position and your ending position.
So then
you can't exactly. So no.
So
there's no advantage. Lage, though, already up into 8th position. His teammates not running that strongly just yet. 4th and 5th, I think.
No, Venom is leading. This is what we've been waiting for.
Unbelievable.
Venom in the Porsche 919 is at the head of the field as he's coming under pressure from an IndyCar runner. Now, who is that? TX3 Lightning, I think it was, in the IndyCar. But who would have thought that we'd come to Indianapolis, the home of IndyCar racing, and it wasn't an IndyCar to lead lap 1?
So Lightning takes the lead here. And Shay, this is our first time seeing Lightning out on track. Of course, a name that's known to many of the members of the Forza community, but for those at the back seats there, give me the lowdown, this guy.
Well, he's sort of the original bad boy of Forza Racing. He's not a fan of racing in real life. He only plays the game. This is his focus. 21 years old from North Carolina, and he was 6th in the world last year. Wants to prove that he could have been up in the top 5. Been playing for 14 years already, so more experience than anyone on the Red Bull Racing squad.
So Lightning up on lap number 2, up on the banking here and finishing off the lap. Venom held the lead for a minute or two there, but it's been snatched from him, and honestly, I don't know that Venom has an answer here to Lightning's pace. He'll have more on the straight and extend that lead further. For my money, Shay, Lightning is going to get away with this as we run in through the start-finish, that yard of bricks, and start lap number 3. Venom in second place and not looking particularly buoyant there. TX3 Mr. Jack, we should note though, Shay, second TX3 runner, both inside the top 3.
Yeah, it's a really good start for this team. Notice that TX3 Lightning is running the aero kit for the infield course, as is RBR Lage, so both of those Indy cars are in the specification that we would expect. Not so from Storm, not 1919. He chose to go with the low downforce setup on his IndyCar, and the AMS driver is struggling right now to try and climb back up through the field.
Well, let's hop on board with 8th place runner, and that's RBR Box. AMS T-Crew, excuse me, not Box. T-Crew running the Peugeot as well, though. And just right behind his teammate Hurricane here. So 2 of the AMS drivers, 7th and 8th right now. And the third one, as you say, is that in 9th place?
Yes, so right now they're in line to get that bonus upgrade, as AMS T-Crew is in 8th, Hurricane is in 9th, and then Storm 1919 is in 9th.
How interesting. TX3 Wesley looking back in his mirror and seeing that gaggle of bright green Alien Motorsport cars. Alien Motorsport team with a great history, Shay, and one who won the championship back in 2017, but a young squad this year.
Yeah, it's very much a community squad. They are rebuilding for this season, trying to get back some of the great drivers, because they had some of the best drivers, and then they were poached away by other teams, as what tends to happen. So for Alien Motorsports, being coached, as the desk was talking about, by a 14-year-old AMS chum from Rochester, Michigan. He's very good at math, though. That could come into play, trying to calculate how to get the most points for this team.
I want to jump on board with Mr. Jack now, the second runner for TX3, who's just been overtaken for 4th place by RBR Box. Box has had a strong run today. We saw him earlier on, putting in some good, I would say not winning results, but strong results that kept Red Bull very much in the race. And now moving up through this field, Box certainly looking like well, something's given him a little bit of passion here as he pushes up to 4th place and starts knocking on Lage's door and saying, hey teammate, I'm coming up behind you and maybe you can get out the way and give me a run for once.
Yeah, give me the extra help to try and get more bonus points. But remember, Lage at the start of this thing was all the way back in 9th, now up to 3rd. So Lage on a great recovery drive, not for the credit that he'll feel he deserves, but still a good effort nonetheless.
Well, I've got to tell you, Shay, with runners in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Red Bull Racing are looking like every piece of what ASICS was saying is absolutely true. The harder race was earlier on today. They've made it through. They're now into the soft underbelly of the Aardvark / Armadillo. I'm still, the jury's out for me still. Aardvark or Armadillo, I'm not sure. But either way, they're now in the soft underbelly where they can enjoy some perhaps easier results.
Not touching that one with the 10-foot pole. For Red Bull Racing, though, do you risk going for the pass, taking the lead away from TX3 Lightning, or do you leave your 3 drivers line astern and try to get that bonus? Because that would really, really help going into the next race. But Lage is somebody who doesn't like to finish 2nd. So if he gets a sniff of an opportunity to pass Venom and then Lightning, you best be sure he's going to take it.
It's going to be one of the fascinating stories of this season, looking at someone like Red Bull Racing Lage. And, you know, for me, Shay, I guess it's a big question mark at least. Can Lage enjoy a team victory, even if he isn't the one winning?
We haven't seen that. we haven't seen that situation yet, so we don't know if that's going to be the case. But in years past, it's been win or bust for Leish, so whether or not he changes and matures and grows a little bit in that sense. I mean, he is a young man at 24 years old who has a bachelor's degree in international trade and logistics. He's a smart man, and he knows that there's a bigger picture. So, can he know that, and can he adopt that belief? That's going to be the interesting thing to watch as the season progresses.
Well, speaking of team driving, a team that we're seeing playing out a real strategic start to this race is AMS, and Tiku here mid-pack for AMS. He's got one teammate ahead and one teammate behind. Hurricane in the 919 just ahead, and of course Storm in the IndyCar just behind. Tiku here, an interesting first run in the Forza Racing Championship, Shay. A driver we don't know a lot about, and I mean, their pace looks strong. They're keeping up with the mid-pack.
Yeah, Tiku is 18 years old from Bavaria, part of Germany. He's been playing for 4 years, and funnily enough, his enemy is Red Bull Racing's Leish. Why? Because Leish is the best, and he wants to beat the best in order to become the best. Well, being the best also has to do with staying on the track, so maybe he can start working on that.
That's right. Maybe watch a few of Leish's replays and get a little bit more throttle control. A little bit of a spin there. We've seen that happen a few times today already. That Peugeot 905, the Group C car, Shay, is pretty wild on the rear end.
It really is, but this car, that was the forerunner to Peugeot's Formula One effort. It won them all in 1992 and 1993, so it was a very good car in itself, but clearly it was better than everything else that was built at the time. There were 3 options out there for car choices to go with the early prototype racers. Everybody took the Peugeot.
Well, everything's changing up in the front of this field. Venom and Leish have swapped positions. There was a time when Venom was leading this race and threatening to take that win for Red Bull Racing. He's slipped back past behind Lightning earlier on in the race as Lightning jumped up into the lead for TX3 and has now jumped behind his teammate RBR Leish and said, all right, if you've got a little bit more pace than me, if you think you can get a little bit more out of your car than I can get out of mine, then let's see what you can do, buddy. Off you go and see if you can catch Lightning.
Do you think Gassix had to get on the phone there to Venom and say, bigger picture?
I wonder if it needed saying. I feel like that's the kind of thing where Venom could look at his mirrors and get the whole story.
Yeah. Well, right now, with the Red Bull Racing crew running 2, 3, and 4 again, we've got Leish in a sticky situation. If he passes and takes the lead, it's 5 points more for the team on a whole, but they don't get that bonus. And you really do want every performance advantage that you can. The 3 Red Bull cars running well together so far in Indianapolis.
So as a strategy call, Shay, they're just once again, so I get it. You're saying that if they finish without winning, that could be the strategically better move.
Yes, because if they finish 2, 3, 4 as opposed to 1, 3, 4, they get that bonus, which will help them in a performance standards going forward to Virginia International Raceway, which is the next track. If they don't finish in that order, they don't get the advantage. So, do you take the extra 5 points for winning 20 over 15 and lose that performance advantage? I don't know.
Let's find out. It's such an intrinsically strategic formula that we have here for the 2019 Forza Racing Championship. A team event, 3 drivers in each team and a coach to be the brains of that operation while the drivers go out there and focus on keeping their cars in one piece. And it's been fascinating to watch as all the teams adapt and change the way they react to different situations to better advance their strategy goals. I will say, though, Shay, this may all be hypothetical because I can't see that Lightning is going to come back here and want to get anywhere near these Red Bull Racing drivers, and he's got a good old lead up there in front.
No, Lightning would have done the thing in sports car racing where you just happen to rip your rearview mirror off. Doesn't work so well with the camera systems now, but you focus forward entirely, and maybe TX3 Lightning is just not hitting the rear view button to look behind him. He's just doing exactly that. A good lead that he's been able to build out, but Leish is clawing it back.
Race 1 of match 4 here. It's been all about TX3 Lightning. What a run from him, taking a strong second place after the first lap, but quickly dispatched with RBR Venom using the incredible power of that IndyCar on the back straight. And found his way into the lead of this race, hasn't looked back since, as you've been saying, Shay, hasn't been looking in his mirrors one bit. Has just been focusing on the road ahead and focusing on getting those laps in.
Yeah, and he's known to be a very aggressive driver, so if Leish can catch him back up, that's going to be pretty interesting. We have had that clean race that we were hoping for, though, Ali. No penalties as of yet. But back down the field a little bit further, there's some interesting rivalry building with the AMS squad, Huracan and Tiku, going back at it in the two prototypes. The one that won Le Mans in 2015, 16, and 17 in the form of AMS Huracan, and the one that won Le Mans 92 and 93 in the form of Tiku.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tiku certainly looks like he's got a little bit more raw pace in that 905, can maybe set a better lap time, but it's Huracan's consistency that's keeping him up there in the lead. We did see Huracan step to the side and say, all right, buddy, here's through you come. And no more than 2 or 3 corners later, Tiku had thrown it off the road. So it may be good for the young driver, the young German, running second gun here for AMS. It may be good for him to have a car ahead, to set the pace and to say, you know what, this is reasonable what we're running at right now. We don't need to go any faster.
Yeah, and for Huracan, he's used to being a team leader, having previously been one. Now, he's an automotive photographer in real life. He goes to racetracks, he takes pictures of cars at car shows, so cars really are his love. 22 years old from the northwest of England is Huracan, and very happy to be driving this car, although his favorite kind of car is a Nissan Skyline R31. I would have thought he maybe would have wanted to go with the Nissan that we had on offer, the 91 CP.
Well, it's an incredible motor in this Porsche 919, a 2-litre V4. It produces a whole bunch of power itself, and that's added onto by some electric motors inside the car that bump the whole thing up to about 1,000 horsepower.
It comes actually off of the braking capacity. There's a separate hybrid unit that harnesses the energy from when the car is under full brakes. So the 919 itself is 500 horsepower, which, by the way, 2.2-liter turbo. And you think V4, no way it can put out 500 horsepower. Well, Porsche designed that.
They found a way.
But it's this special button on the steering wheel that deploys that extra boost of 400 horsepower just to the front wheels that made it so that the drivers would actually laugh at their competitors when they pushed the button and waved as they drove away.
Unbelievable. Unreal power from the Porsche 919. But we're closing in on the finish of this race. And up in the lead, TX3 Lightning has staked his claim on the Forza Racing Championship. He's going to take win here in this race at Indianapolis, forcing the Red Bull Racing squad, Leish, Box and Venom to settle for second, third and fourth. It's a dominating performance from Red Bull Racing, Shay, but Lightning showing that, well, there may be some cracks in that armor.
For sure, but to be honest, Red Bull Racing, they come away with that bonus. They're not going to be disappointed with second, third, and fourth. It was the best possible outcome that they could hope for after the start of the race played out.
Looking around at that race and looking at the way in which I think especially Lightning performed, Shay, do you think there's anybody else out there who can challenge Red Bull?
We didn't see anybody in this race in particular. Lightning was the one who stood above the rest, and we do need his teammates, Mr. Jack and Wesley, to step up just a little bit more to try and get that consistency to take down a big team. But right now, Red Bull's got to be happy with their performance grab. They're not going to be happy about not getting the extra 5 points for not winning the race, but that's okay. That was just race one.
All right, well, we've seen what Red Bull can do here in the first race, and it is pretty amazing how fast those guys are out on track. Kate, how do you guys reckon these guys can get the most points out of these 3 races?
You know, I think it's really going to come down to how they're working together as a team. Obviously, as Shay just said, you know, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed with the 2, 3, 4 not winning as long as they're going to get that bonus by the end. And of course, it's all about teamwork. Don't you agree?
I want to say this is the first perfect form finish we've seen in the ForzaRC 2019 series. I don't believe we've seen that yet. So the fact that Red Bull finished second, third, and fourth provisionally means that they are going to get a boost for the next race, which is fantastic. We also saw AMS do that towards the back of the pack. But
we got 2 of them.
Yeah, we got 2 of them. But yes, I agree that this is them working together to get maximum points and set themselves up great for the next race.
One quick note, Red Bull did not win that race. So we know they got second, third, and fourth provisionally. I had a producer help me out with math because, you know, calculators or whatever.
Numbers are hard.
So 15, 12, and 10 would be the points they got, which adds up to 37. They don't have to win a race. If they do that 2 more times, they will outscore Williams. They will get 111 points.
Well, and just a reminder that SMP did have a team issue that prevented them from racing in this race. They will not be joining for the rest of the match. So these 3 teams will be the ones competing in match number 4 for the remainder of the time. And of course, when we get more information, we'll let you know as soon as we do know. But I do think that there's something to be said about this Red Bull Racing, what that really means. Lightning being the person who potentially could be the showstopper here in the overall. We saw that he had a boost upgrade, but we saw that he was running. What did he have over Venom and Lage box at that point?
He had a car that was well suited to that track. We see, I believe this is Lage coming up from the back. We saw an incident there. Lage was towards the back, and he was had to pick his way through the crowd. There's Box getting around Lage as well. But to answer your question, Kate, what Lightning had was a fantastic car set up with a boost that not only took advantage of a high downforce setup for the car that allowed him to attack the infield here, but also took advantage of the speed of that Indy car.
Yeah, Lightning got around Venom. Venom's got the 919. He took off at that start finish and led the entire lap number 1. But it was Lightning who got him back by the end of that lap.
Well, you said, Brian, the speed of the IndyCar. We see that these IndyCars are running so well at IMS. Is that by fluke, or is that because these are the ones that are meant to run there?
It's partly due to the layout of the track. You hear this is that infield straight where you can see the Lage coming around Wesley here, just taking advantage of raw speed there, taking advantage of what this car can do. And then when you get back on the oval, it's another chance to really open up and let this IndyCar sing.
So also here, quickly note, that was Lage. He also used the boost upgrade.
Okay.
So you can see the big wing there, it's the big tail, but look at that.
High
attack the storm.
It's a high downforce setup for the IndyCar, but you're not
Keep an eye on
losing
Box
that
here,
much
just
power.
so you guys know. I mean, this is the replay where
yeah, there's Box just threading his way through. Lage had a lot more work to do to get up into the second position, but he was in the right car, he's the right driver, and he had it set up the same way Lightning did.
Andy, question for you. We talk about these boost upgrades and the idea that there is a potential. Now, I'm not saying that anybody did or would or should or could or whatever, but there's a potential that someone would maybe not finish in a particular position because they want to qualify for a boost upgrade. Is that part of a greater strategy?
I think you're talking about the perfect form, so the 2, 3, 4. So we saw Red Bull I think they probably realized once they couldn't catch Lightning. Well, here we are, 2, 3, 4 kind of fell into their lap.
Yeah.
But Lage did have to do a lot of work to get up there. I mean, we saw a tough start there.
Yeah.
Contact.
Also, we had Mr. Jack on the other end of that, right? TX3 Mr. Jack, and so it was the responsibility of the 4th place driver. Under no circumstances let Mr. Jack pass me because you're going to miss that boost if he gets around you. So there's pressure on either end there.
Well, as we get to the race results, I wanted to follow up with Ali's question that he asked Shay, which was, is there anybody basically who is going to be, I think we have some commentary and an answer to that, Ali. As we look at the race results, what do you think it is, Brian? Who can make a difference? Who can be the difference maker here today?
I love what I've seen of Lightning. To me, Lightning is doing what he needs to do. He needs that boost of confidence early in the game to get started, and it's been a while since Lightning has competed, so this is a great start for him. I'm not sure it's enough for them to get past Red Bull, but boy, what a great start for Lightning.
They're getting a ton of points here. 1st, 5th, and 6th. Sure, they may not be able to catch Red Bull at the end of the day, we'll find out. But 1st, 5th, and 6th, that's an incredible amount of points in the grand scheme of things.
And as we see, no penalties there. That we didn't already know about, of course. And
the Box making up 6 spots
perfect
there.
form, hard charger.
Wow.
I mean, they're going to be, luckily they can't stack these boosts, Randy. You only get one boost per race, right?
One race,
Yeah.
that's right.
But great job, Box, starting there where he did and then making up 6 spots. It's hard to pick a favorite, an MVP on RBR when they all are bringing it this week.
Yeah.
Well, they know what that goal is. They know what they are striving for something bigger and better than match number 4 at this point in time. The race results are in, and I think as to be expected, the match results. Match results are in, and as to be expected, we knew that Red Bull Racing was going to be, inching their way with that 2, 3, 4. But to be fair, I mean, expected more than 3 points, maybe lead.
Alien, you mean?
No, the difference between.
Oh yeah, absolutely. TX3 nailed it here with 20 points from Lightning, 34 points total. Wow, we really spent a lot of time talking about Red Bull there, but you're right, only 3-point difference between TX3 and Red Bull Racing. Good result, TX3.
They don't have to, I mean, it's tough for me to say this, they don't have to beat Red Bull.
Yeah.
They get 34 points 3 times.
Yeah, fair.
You have to be thrilled with that.
Yeah.
Well, and you'd be, it goes into the greater conversation of what is the ultimate goal here in the series? Is it to win these individual matches? Is it to just, get your points to add up so to make sure that you can go to the playoffs? I mean,
stay out of that last chance qualifier. Now,
Right.
if you're TX3, that's probably what they're thinking.
Yeah, and think of what happens with SMP not racing today. They're a virtual lock for the 13th position.
It's a real bummer, too. I wanted to see what they were going to bring.
So now it's a battle between, there's that 11th and 12th bubble, right? Well, one of those teams is now battling for that. One of those teams is going to get knocked out. So there's battles happening at the top, and there's battles all the way at the bottom of this tournament as well.
And I think the motivations and the strategies are so different for each of these teams. Ali and Shay, what do you think is going to happen at VIR? Do you think Lightning can hold these guys behind him?
Well, we've been doing some points maths here over on this side, and can Lightning hold ahead? Do Red Bull Racing even need to beat Lightning out here today? Their performance is so strong already.
Yeah, but they've got 3 drivers who don't like finishing anywhere but first. So, yes, do they need to beat Lightning? Yes, but they can afford to wait until the last round at Sebring International Raceway and then take the momentum potentially of a 1-2-3, maybe, going forward into next week's tournament where, remember, it's a whole new ball game.
That's right. It's that big M-word momentum. It's going to be very, very important throughout this series. And, well, a track that demands a lot of momentum from the cars is Virginia International Raceway.
You see those red barns back there?
I see them.
They're garage space on the bottom. They're hotel space on the top. You can actually rent out individual rooms and stay right on the track. We are going to Danville, Virginia, just outside a place called Alton, Virginia. We are in Virginia, just on the border to North Carolina. Can't actually get to the track without driving back and forth between the 2 circuits. So, VIR, it's a place that is 3.27 miles long, 17 turns, a 9-lap race. It was constructed in 1957, as were so many of America's best tracks, by the way. I've got a lot more tracks that were built in that year, and it was a good year, too, for personal reasons. Hi, Mom. But it closed down in the 70s. It was reopened in the early 2000s, though, and it has been a site of American sports car racing ever since. I love the people who work for VIR. They're some of the nicest people in the industry. Great go-kart track. They've got a gun range there. They've got just about everything you could possibly want to do on a weekend.
One-stop shop, everybody. We'll
Exactly.
all go on holiday meet you there. Speaking of hi, Mum, nice to see Lightning's mum in chat as well.
Yeah.
Good to see it. It always brings such a great crowd with him when he's doing well and when he's performing well. So nice to see Lightning out there winning races, and nice to see you back again as well. Series standings, Shay. What would happen? Imagine a world.
In a world.
Where everything stops right now. What would the series standings look like? We can bring those to you and check it out. You'll just see, of course, the scores for TX3, the scores for AMS are based only on that one race that they've so far competed in. So there's not really a fair representation yet. But I will say, TX3 already beating THR and MGC despite having only one race under their belt.
Yeah, and only one car with a really, really good result. So that's the difference that lightning in a bottle can make, I suppose. From one race down, TX3 9th in the points. That means that they are only going to keep climbing up. And if they replicate that score the next 2 rounds, they're going to find themselves 3rd in the standings after this first set of races. What a phenomenal effort.
Nice to have a little chance as well to see the results of last week. Of course, Williams eSport came out in round number 1 and just put their flag in the ground. It was an amazing performance, and 107 points remains, Shay. It remains the best thing we've seen, the best overall strategy, the best execution we've seen in the entire series so far.
It does, and if Red Bull Racing were to try and match that score, they'll need to continue this run of good finishes in the form of seconds, thirds, fourths, wins. That needs to happen. They've got a good foundation after that first race, but a good foundation doesn't mean anything if you don't build upon it.
Well, it's all about building on that foundation, and we'll be looking very shortly at the grid for race number 2. It's very, very difficult. Well, we're heading, of course, to Virginia, to
Yes.
VIR. I'm trying to think of the run
with North Carolina.
on the border with North Carolina.
Yeah. There are bullet holes in the sign as you drive back and forth between the two states.
With my geography, it might as well all be in China. So it's average empty space areas. I don't know. Anyway, right. I'm thinking more about the run down towards the first corner from the start finish straight here at VIR. And it's not a long run, but it's a tight corner at the end there.
It is, and it's a place that we've seen great moves. Think to this year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Nick Tandy started in the back of the field. He started 8th for GTLM. By the exit of that first turn, he was up to 2nd because he hung it out around the outside, somehow found grip, and passed by just about everybody and their mom. So it was a very impressive start from Mr. Tandy. But we're expecting to see a little bit more like that depending on where they choose to place their cars in qualifying. If an Indy car is starting up front, as we've seen so far, it's been a pretty hard car to get around. But if a Peugeot or a Porsche is starting up in the front 3 positions, that could get a little bit messy for that first turn.
Well, it's been interesting, hasn't it? Because the Porsche should be the car to get the best launch. But we've seen the Porsche's getting in more trouble than almost anyone else in that opening part of the race. I wonder if it's just because the car is a little bit more unstable. I don't know. What's your read on that, Shay?
Genuinely, I have no idea, Ali, because all of my logic, all of my real-world knowledge is saying the Porsche 919 should just be flying away from the Indy car, and the Indy car should be like chained to a post, even compared to the Peugeot.
Right.
And that's not what we've seen. So it's all about the upgrades that you apply. It's all about how you build it up, and that's been the big difference.
And that plays into part of what the format is for this year. The teams get to choose a car for each driver, but they don't stop there. They also get to choose which parts go into that driver's car, and they build them up so each driver have different roles. We see those roles play out on the grid, and we can go to the grid positions right now, and you can see immediately Lage, always the hair, always the driver who's put up front and made to run, up in pole position once again.
Could not agree with that more. Lage in first, Box in 4th, and Venom in 7th. I might have put Box at the back of the field and let him try to make up positions, but maybe they feel like Venom can get a better start and then pass some of the competition through that first section to track.
I wonder, Venom's car has certainly been built for that overtaking role in the same way as Mr. Jack's car here in TX3, very much his contemporary in that 919. It's going to be interesting, though, with TX3 especially, to see how Lightning gets on. Second place on the grid.
Lightning should be starting on the outside given the starting procedure for VIR, so it's going to be a difficult position to hold on to for the start of the race, but if he can at least get back in the line, particularly after they get through the S's and then through Oak Tree turn, he might have a good opportunity there.
And with SMP forced to watch on this week, we've only got one more team left, and that's Alien Motorsport. The bright green cars, and they're beautifully painted. They did some great strategy work in race number 1. May have set themselves up here in race 2, Shay, for a better result.
I don't like this. Storm 1919 in the Honda IndyCar starting all the way back in 9th. He's going to have a lot of positions to try and make up. The IndyCar very aero dependent. It can be messed up when you have a lot of other aero cars around it. That's going to be an issue for them.
That is going to be the grid for race number 2, match 4, and the final match of this first round, Shay. So for the first time after this match is completed, we're going to get a picture of where all the teams sit relative to each other. Very exciting.
Yeah, it means that the graphic that we saw just a few minutes ago showing how far up TX3 were already in the points after only one race complete, that's going to be set in stone. You can't touch it anymore. You can't alter your points. You got what you got, and guess what? You get another chance at it, but those points, they count forever.
Well, I'm really excited by that, and we see a lot of sort of top dog stories here in the Forza Racing Championship. Of course, Red Bull Racing have been doing a great job, but isn't it great to see how well TX3 are doing?
Yes, and Alien Motorsport too. Got to give them credit as well. They were very exciting to watch over the course of the race. We've got the big team names, as we talked a little bit about JOTA being a big name in sports cars, coming into esports and staking their claim too. I love seeing the underdogs doing well.
Yeah, the community teams out there in force, so that's awesome to see. Okay, Lightning versus Lage. The run down towards turn number 1. Who has the least to lose, Shay, of those two drivers?
Ooh, the least to lose would be Lightning because, well, actually, no. It's pretty much a toss-up. Lightning is the stalwart of the team. He was the one who proved the most worth in the last race. Lage, though, can't afford to lose any points. Let's see how this winds up.
All right, let's get trackside over to VIR, the Virginia International Raceway. I just about kept my pen on the desk, so we can now head on down and see the start of that race. It's going to be that run at the front of the grid that we're really fascinated by. The two drivers heading down towards that first turn. We're on board right now with AMS Storm 1919, and looking into the distance there, that's AMS Hurricane in the lead, and Lightning off the track, Lage off the track. Both of our favourites off the track here at the first turn, coming together. We've seen it before, Shay, we've seen it again. Lightning and Lage, and that's Box off the track as well, spinning round. Red Bull Racing falling apart here when they need to be succeeding.
They only have Venom left. Venom is the only dog in the fight as they come through the S's, or before the S's, and then they go underneath the crossover bridge, which is your exit and entrance to the track. Now, bring the car far over to the left and back to the right. This is the S's complex. The IndyCar should be better through here, but look at how it's not able to catch up to Mr. Jack. TX3 right now with a brilliant start.
Well, we should be jumping back on board with TX3 Lightning as soon as we're able. A driver who got caught up in lap number 1 and is now behind Lage. That battle between the 6th and 7th place drivers will be raging on, and it'll be fascinating to watch. We're on board here with Mr. Jack, looking behind at Storm, who has another look. Lage is already in this battle. This whole pack is very close indeed. You can see Tiku there between Lage and Lightning. On board now with Lage, second place in this pack. And, well, if Mr. Jack can hold Lage up just for a little bit, Shane, then I think that's going to play into Lightning's hands.
He's not going to be able to, though. Onto the front straight, which isn't straight, and it's not at the front of the racetrack. He's going to find himself prey to that IndyCar with higher top-end speed. But the braking into turn 1, it's been a very tricky thing for the IndyCar, and that's what we saw throw Storm off the track, was the braking into the top of the roller coaster.
All right, well, we're on board with Lightning, running the skinny aero kit here on the IndyCar, and struggling with it a little bit. You can see his use of the handbrake there through NASCAR, really hanging the rear of this car out. Lightning, one of these sort of drivers who, I mean, as you say, not someone who comes from a motorsport background, comes very much from a gaming background. And that means that things like the handbrake come naturally to him. Any kind of advantage he can find, any way to use this game and use all the tools that he has to get around this track as fast as possible, and he'll use them.
I wonder if he knows the difference between the tracks that are real and the ones that have been created by Forza. Genuine question there, and Lightning, please hit me up if you do have an answer to that. At the front of the field, though, the battle continues. AMS Huracan with a brilliant start representing that team well. And he is fighting up there. Who's right behind him? Oh, it's Venom. Venom in his rear view mirror.
In 9th place right now is Box. I thought I saw Venom.
He was in the pits.
With a 9th Box in the pits. Yes. Unbelievable. So Box surely picking up some damage there and having to run through the pit lane, get his car repaired. Up there in the battle for the lead, though, it's AMS Hurricane in the 919, punching Shay what would feel like far above his weight. Hurricane doing a great job here, leading the way and not necessarily falling back into the clutches of Venom, not looking like he's holding Venom up in any way. Hurricane doing himself and Alien Motorsport proud.
My whole world has been set right, Ali. The 919s are leading the way. I get it. Finally, it's making sense. Venom right now, though, he is so aggressive, trying to get to the lead of the race. He's been the support role for way too long. And there is going to be a penalty issued for Lightning for that contact with Lage as we ride on board Venom, showing the nose. No, you don't go too wide through the S's. Guys, what are you?
Wow, look at that move, Venom! Get out of town, that was awesome. Venom, so much guts. And Hurricane can't believe it, slips off the track and gets bullied. These drivers will bully you off your offline and slips all the way back down to 5th position. You can see Hurricane just there in front of his, not in front of his teammate, in front of Lightning's teammate, Wesley. Speaking of, as you were saying, Shay, that clash at the turn 1, lap 1, deemed to be Lightning's fault. We didn't see it on camera, but hopefully we can get our analysts or we can get a replay of that later on. Lightning and Lage coming into each other, and that's Lage off the track again. Wow. That looked so sloppy as well. Very
Yeah.
late on the brakes, straight off the circuit, and Lage having a rough old time here.
This is not the best we've ever seen from Lage. She did get flustered after that first lap contact with Lightning. There was a penalty for Lightning. Lage will be being told that by Asics, his coach. But still, this is not good form from a team trying to go out there and get as many points as they can.
That's right. Up in the lead of this race, Venom, after that brilliant move, continues to lead the way. Second place now is TX3 Lightning. Keep in mind there is going to be a penalty applied to his race time due to that collision at the start. That said, Shay, if Lightning can get out in the clean air here, can start putting down some lap times, who knows, maybe he can counteract that penalty.
Well, let's see the start of the race once again, just to try and get a better feel for what happened there, because that was such an odd situation. So Lightning knocked, I think Lightning knocked Lage off the track, and then Venom came through and just sort of elbowed Lightning to make sure that he wasn't going to get any advantage out of it. And then, of course, we saw Box getting spun around by, was that the Alien Motorsports Peugeot?
That was, and Lightning getting caught up in that as well. That's what allowed Lage back through past him. So real carnage there for the front runners earlier on. But now we filter into the mid-race, lap 4 of 9. Still on board with Lightning, who's, well, he's ran very strong and recovering well.
He's in second, but he hasn't served his penalty yet, Ali, so that's going to be the big difference for that one.
Well, is this a stop-and-go penalty, Shay? I think it might be an end-of-race time penalty that's going to be added on. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. But certainly, I think Lightning closing this gap to Venom, and lap on lap seems to be doing a great job. Looking
further back the field, AMS Tiku is in third, and AMS Huracan, his teammate, recovering currently in 7th. So they're 3rd, 7th, and 8th. Yeah, it is just a time penalty, by the way, for Lightning, no stop and go. So that will be added post-race. But still, everybody else has to know that and push a little bit harder to try and make up the gap to gain positions.
Well, take a photograph of this right here. RBR Lage running in 6th position. He's been off the track twice at least, twice to our knowledge in this race. Have a little look at Wesley before the S's, but there's no way through there, buddy. And you'll have to slow down, find another way through. Lage, well, he may be getting a call from his coach any second, because I believe, Shay, that Wesley has a penalty himself. Yeah, Wesley has a 5-second penalty for the contact with Box as well, so that's another post-race issue penalty. Something we'll have to watch for on the provisional and final results to filter out. I'm so proud of RBR Venom, though, leading the way. The 21-year-old from Illinois, who we've been overlooking pretty much all year. Oh, yeah. He needs to make sure that Lightning does not get around and pull out a 5-second gap, because then the win still would go to Lightning. Right now, all of Red Bull's hopes lie squarely on the shoulders of Venom. Well, isn't it classic, though, of Venom, that, you know, everything else goes wrong, all the other drivers are having a tough time settling, and that's around the outside from Lightning, just using the top end of that Indy car. It's going to be tricky into the last first corner, and Venom's back on him. We've got a fight on here. I thought that was just going to be Lightning disappearing off into the merry distance, but Venom is going to give him a run. I love to see it. But as I was saying, Venom, on a day when everything goes wrong, Mr. Dependable for Red Bull Racing. I love it. Yep, it's exactly, he's the anchor of the team. Ali's really starting to show that as he drops 2 wheels off the 4 and then gets it gathered back up. Now, if Lightning's going to have a look before they get to the S's. Do not do it through the S's, one car at a time. If you guys have done a track walk, you would have known that. It's not very wide, so just be patient. Your opportunity will come, Lightning. So much top end on that Indy car, and Lightning knows all about it. He's going to be able to get it through, and this straight will be an opportunity for him to power down, get the speed of that Indy car onto the surface of the track, and there he goes, warp speed time, and off into the distance with that incredible IndyCar engine. It's a twin-turbo 2.2-litre V6. Produce anything from 550 to 700 horsepower. And we were talking about this before the show began, Ali. They are actually 2 different aero kits that IndyCar supplies, not just a Honda engine and a Chevy engine. Chevy develops their IndyCar aero kit, and Honda develops their own IndyCar aero kit. So it is individuality from the manufacturers. There is more input than just the cylinders in the back. Incredible. It's such a great formula, and of course coming to its conclusion just last week with Joseph Newgarden taking the championship win over at Laguna Seca. It's great to see him back on top.
Let's go take a look at the fight for 4th place. This is between Wesley and Tiku, so 2 cars in different categories, but the exact same car. They're racing for 2 different teams as Alien Motorsport leads TRX3.
That's right, Alien Motorsport TX3. This is more like what I thought I would see at the start of this event, Shay. AMS up in the thick of it, actually giving a few of the drivers a run. Sure, I think we all know that AMS will be hard-pressed to be taking wins here in this field. At the same time, it's not a weak squad, it's just a young squad, it's just a new squad that's yet to gel. And they're doing themselves proud on track.
No, they are, and TX3 Wesley, who we're on board with right now, 19 years old from Brazil. He's only been playing for 5 years. He's very young and promising, and a smart young man too, fighting against Tiku, an 18-year-old from Germany. So very, very much youth on the side of those two battling for the 4th place.
TX3 Wesley's been this name that's been around for so long in some senses, and in others he's still such a young man, yet to make his mark on the Forza Racing Championship. A lot of hype around Wesley every time we have a new series. He's been maturing slowly. He was very wild a few years ago, and you know, this life cycle of a driver we've talked about before, Shay, definitely getting toward the end of his teen years.
Yeah, well, only a couple more months to go for Wesley, so he doesn't have to wait too much longer till he's no longer viewed as a teenager. But a good battle with Tiku as neither one can figure out where the other is weaker around VIR.
Here we go, let's strap in and listen in on this Peugeot 905 as we head down toward the Essence. In lap 8 of 9, coming in toward the denouement of this race, the final act, and TX3 Lightning has, well, he's done a very, very strong job indeed to work his way back up into the lead of this race. He leads for now, a lot of penalties on his shoulders, but trying to set those hot laps to differentiate himself from the car behind. Venom, this driver who's been so consistent, so strong, but just doesn't quite have the kit to make it happen. I say that, but it looks like Leige, Shay, has made his way through to 2nd.
Leige is certainly on a bit of a vengeance tear right now, but it is that car of Lightning leading the way, so I'm just fascinated by this battle as these two are actually dragging up toward the back of Venom for the 3rd position. So even though they've been fighting against each other, Ali, they haven't taken the speed away from one another. That's not something we see very often.
That isn't something we see very often. It's a great amount of respect, I think, between these two drivers, and that means they're not throwing moves on each other which are careless or just to slow the other down. Rather, they're following each other through and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Up the road a piece, up the road a little bit here. You can see that battle between Tiku and Wes just behind, but it's RBR Venom we're on board with, who's slowly being caught up, slowly being captured, but I think it will be too little too late. Lap 9 and 9, and we're coming in through the final sector, so let's hop forward to the man of the moment. He's raced in one race so far today, and he won it. The 2nd time of asking, the 2nd time out, and TX3 Lightning trying to bring that car across the line. Leige follows him through. It's going to be very close, I think, on penalties. But for now, and provisionally, TX3 Lightning makes it 2 for 2 at the Forza Racing Championship. Brilliant result, with RBR Leige demoted to 2nd for the 2nd time as well. Leige, I wonder if he's getting used to this.
Well, with that 5-second penalty, he's going to come back with a race win, and that'll be a 1-2 for Red Bull Racing. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 1-2-9.
Hey, but let's wait and see, because I saw a 2-second penalty there up on top of Leige's car. So overall, 3 seconds, which is going to bring it, I think, right to the line between those two cars.
2 seconds at the line.
2 seconds at the line. All right, well, maybe a win by 1 second for Leige. We'll do all the maths here.
No,
Very
no
close.
more. Please, no more math. I can't do it, Ali. I can't do it.
It's our maths desk. Welcome to the maths
No,
desk.
no.
Well, from one maths desk to another. Kate, over to you.
Kate,
What do you make of race number 2?
Do not call us a math desk. That is not our strength either. Please don't do that. Race number 2 of match number 4. Speaking of math and numbers, my goodness. Initial thoughts, first takeaways, gentlemen.
Lightning again proving that he's back in a big way. I also liked what I saw of his teammates. Again, we're talking about Wesley and Mr. Jack pulling up that support role for TX3 Lightning. They're scoring a lot of points here, more than I think we thought they would.
Yeah, big story here. The heavyweights of Forza, Lightning, Lage, and Lightning's won the first 2 rounds.
You know what I think is really interesting about Lightning, and he brings so much to the ForzaRC community altogether with his personality and his gusto and the goods and the bads, the uglies. And Lightning had patience here. And one of the things that we've seen his maturing ways in the last couple of years is this new version of Lightning that we're going to see. We're going to see some patience. We're going to see some confidence.
Well,
go ahead, Andy.
The replay on screen, that's a great question. Maybe we'll touch on that later, but the reason why Lage was able to catch up to Lightning and make this race closer than it really was, because Venom, he held up Lightning as much as he could. He gave him a good fight. That's the first time Venom's been in the spotlight for Red Bull.
And Venom in a car that we didn't necessarily think would do that well. We're talking about Huracan starting in that 919 in 3rd position. You saw how he just shot off the line, took over, but ultimately that Indy car was the right car for this track. Those long straights really served it well.
Can we circle back to that Lightning on that patience and that version of him real quick?
Listen, we've talked about Lightning before. The guy tends to get upset when things don't go his way. Now, to be fair, things are definitely going Lightning's way right here with 2 straight wins. But the fact that he is, taking everything in stride, he's trying to hopefully set an example for Mr. Jack and Wesley and say, this is how you go forward.
I saw examples of, like you said, patience. There was opportunities where he thought about making the move at the snake and then held off.
Right.
Yeah,
or then
that's right.
789 in the roller coaster and waited. And he did get around and he got the W because of what you said, patience.
Patience. And to Brian, what you're saying, maybe it's a leadership too. And the team is supporting him. TX3, those boys held up their duties for building the points as well, and something to take into consideration. And I want to circle back also to Venom. We mentioned Venom. We've already said today that Venom is proving himself. Some would think he was number 3 on the team at that point, but he has done what he needs to do to prove that he is a player with Lage, he's a player with Box, and he can maintain his role within that team too.
Venom is among the fastest drivers in the world, right? I mean, we spend a lot of time on Lage and Box. Venom's got as much speed as anyone, and when we see 2 offs by Lage, we see Box going into the pits. That's the time, young man. Strike while the iron's hot. Get after it.
Venom's the 5th ranked driver last year. Okay, and we're talking him about being the 3rd wheel,
Right?
the fastest
Isn't that
North
crazy?
American. The kid's unbelievably fast.
Yeah.
He just happens to be on a team with the number 1 and number 2 driver in the world.
Yeah, wow, it's so impressive, and I'd be curious to know if he feels he's learning, what they're all 3 learning from one another as drivers. I think that's a conversation for another time, but I think that it would be really cool to kind of dissect the 3 of them in terms of the mental, what they all 3 bring to their team. Another one was Taiku. You said specifically, I love what I see of Taiku.
We haven't,
What did you see?
Yeah, we haven't spent a lot of time on the AMS team at all, but look what Taiku did there. A great provisional finish, I believe a 4th or 5th place, and amongst the fewest penalties out there. In a track where penalties were everywhere, all over that track, Taiku is running a very clean race. Sets himself up well for the rest of the season, I think.
He looks comfortable in the 905.
Where the results are in, but I want to take the conversation further as we're looking at these results about those penalties. And I think, of course, with some position changes, we see Lightning there, who had he was off track there at the start of the event, and he had no boost, and there's a couple of penalties we noticed. So him being at the top of these provisional race results is very interesting. Of course, in Lage in 2nd, Taiku, wow, pulling in for AMS there.
3rd
like
place.
what I'm seeing out of you, Taiku. Venom, Mr. Jack Wesley, and so on and so forth. And Huracan, who had a great start to that event, had to build some confidence there in him as a driver, I would imagine.
Yeah, I like that idea. I know Shea was a little critical of them putting the 919 up front. To me, it felt like that's what AMS had to do. They had to try to get that car up front and see if Huracan could make it stick. It didn't work out in the end, but you got to give him credit for trying.
He went after it.
Yeah,
And the opportunity almost happened because Lage and Lightning went off.
that's right.
So now we can see the race results as they've played out with the penalties. The surprise. Oh my goodness. The eyeballs on your eyes right there. We're so
Bug it
big.
out.
It's Lage.
Yep.
The penalty.
Yep.
It's an extra penalty. It must have been turn 1. That's the reason why Lage is on top. It has to be.
That's right.
Lightning, what are you saying right now? Let us know in chat. Do you agree or disagree? Of course, you 3-second penalty there, and Wesley with the 5-second penalty.
TQ, the hard charger.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, well done, Tiku. This has got to
performance.
make him feel confident
Absolutely.
going into race number 3, and more importantly, think about how AMS reacts for the rest of the season.
Absolutely, and I think seeing what Huracan can do, he led some of the race there. He has a little confidence, and that mix is what is going to be fostered throughout the rest of the series. And as we take a look at the match results, this is why these matches are so very important for like a team like AMS.
Certainly important for AMS as they need to score as many points as they possibly can to move their way up the order. But look at TX3 right now with 63 points. That's one less than Lazarus scored all week, and they've still got one more race to go.
Oh, guys, okay, we're not the math desk, but 71. What are the chances? Split that in two. What are the most you could score? Can they get to 108 points? Can Red Bull Racing?
37.
37 points.
No, 47. Right?
40,
20 plus
okay.
15 plus 12.
Yeah.
47 is the max amount of points you can score in the next round.
Say that again.
47 points is the maximum number a team can score in the next round.
And they need 37.
And they need 37. Yeah.
So the big question is can they do it? That was our poll we started this entire show with. What do we think? Where are we at?
Can they do it? A lot of things are. A lot of race 2 is going to have to double down in race 3. You're going to have a lot of mistakes by Red Bull and an off and somebody in the pits, everybody in the pits, something like that. In order for something like that to happen, it's going to have to be an absolute disaster for Red Bull.
What about that? The penalty there cost Lightning the win. Does he race differently here at turn 1 at Sebring?
Oh man, we
No.
know Lightning.
No?
Lightning's going all in.
What about the hairpin?
No, Lightning. That's probably not going to happen. We saw Patience, but will we see that out of you again, Lightning? Who knows? And of course, make sure you join our conversation on Twitch and let us know what you think about the poll. We'd love to hear from you, get your insights and feedback, and of course, complete that survey. And as Brian and I were having some conversation earlier, it turns out that you get a 3-month Game Pass.
And everybody
Everyone
gets
wins.
it.
You get a car. You get a car. You get a
We
car.
are Oprah's today.
Yeah, we are. We
Just
wanna-
fill out the survey and
Yeah.
you're going to get
You're
it.
saying the analysts were wrong?
First time for everything.
Oh, Lord have mercy. But please join our fun on Twitch and of course on social media, letting us know your thoughts and feedback on the show. Allie, Shay, as we head on over to Sebring, any takeaways from what we saw here in the first 2 events?
Any takeaways from the first 2 events? Certainly Lightning doing a great job, slightly better than the maths desk sorting out all the numbers. A lot of numbers flying around there, Shay. I lost track.
Too many numbers.
Too many numbers.
No.
Too many numbers. Well,
Nope.
fortunately, you guys are back with the cool desk here where we don't talk about numbers so much. We're off to Sebring, though.
Yay!
My future retirement home.
No, we are not going to. Allie would be eaten by an alligator. We cannot let him retire to Sebring. I love Sebring International Raceway. To me, it is the epiphany of all that is great with the world because it's where racing and World War II history come together. And Florida. So that's just like me in a nutshell. You've got the beautiful Sebring International Raceway, 3.74 miles of untarnished concrete surface. We're going to have an 8-lap race, so 17 turns, plenty of time for mistake and opportunity. What used to be Hendricks Airfield opened in 1942. Construction began in 1941 when the native people of the area, and I mean the locals, donated the land because they wanted to try and help out with the war effort. Well, it opened just after Pearl Harbor, but the first race took place in 1950. We had the first 12 hours of Sebring in 1952, pretty much every year since. It has some of the most remarkable turns in all of motorsport, including that sunset bend, which really does blind you at a certain time of the day. Normally about 5 o'clock, you try looking off in that direction and you can't see much. But, Allie, Sebring, not too far away from Cape Canaveral. And guess what tends to happen in March? Rocket launches. actual rocket launches, which you can see from the infield of Sebring International Raceway. So the last couple of years, I've watched rockets take off in the middle of the race. We've actually had cautions correspond to the perfect timing.
So if Red Bull pull over to the side of the track at the right time, then they can see lightning blasting past them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great.
Just
We'll
going
watch out for
straight
that, guys.
past. A bit like your joke, just going straight past. Should we look at the grid?
Let's check out the grid. Let's see how these guys are doing. We've talked about how it's going to be a strategic end to a strategic day of racing. And Red Bull Racing, well, certainly they've shown their hand, they've shown how they like to do things, and that's put Liège in the front and Venom and Box toward the rear. I will say this time round, though, Venom in the middle, whereas Box at the very back.
I like this. Box has a bit of redemption. He's got to make up for the poor performance at the start of the last race, which resulted him visiting the pits for a clean, new, unbroken car. Worked out, but unfortunately 9th place points meant that he brought home the least of anybody else on the team, and they need a strong run from all 3 of their drivers. Liège through turn 1 at Sebring, yeah, he's going to hold it flat.
So we've got TX3 sitting in front of us here, and I'm hearing a couple of booster out there.
Yeah, for Wesley, importantly from the TX3 team, and then Tiku from AMS. We'll get to them in just a moment. But Lightning starting out front for the TX3 team, Wesley in 5th, and then Mr. Jack back in the 919 in 8th.
The final team today, of course, Alien Motorsport, finding their places on the grid, the 3rd seed team, and again, without SMP out there on track, this will be the final team on the grid. Tiku up there at the lead.
With the boost in the Peugeot, so that's going to be an interesting start, trying to keep up with the 2 Indy cars as they blast off into turn 1. Huracan starts in 6th in the 919, and then again, Storm in the back with the Indy car.
All right, so Liège, Lightning, Tiku, 1, 2, 3 on that grid. We're running down towards turn 1. It's a left-hand at the end of it. Lots of concrete, lots of bumps.
Yes.
Who gets through that first corner in the lead?
Whoever gets the best start is going to be the answer to that one. Can't tell you right now. The much like the Brickyard, the blocks that make up Sebring's front straight, they're very uneven. They also tend to vibrate in the night, and it's the coolest thing in the world to go stand in the pit lane and have a Daytona prototype rumble by at full speed on the front stretch, and you feel the ground moving beneath your feet in the pit lane because all these giant blocks are all interconnected. There's little bits of tarmac trying to connect them all, but this is actually the taxiway where the B-17 bombers used to train. That is the front straight of Sebring where we're about to go.
All right, well, we're heading to the track any second now, and it's an incredible venue out there in Florida. I went there myself and got sunburn everywhere. I think I could retire. I could see myself there, me and the alligators all watching together. I feel like it would be a peaceful experience, unlike the start of this race. Let's get on board with Storm 1919 as he runs down towards turn 1, looking for the outside line there on Box and Wesley, but way too deep on the brakes. And he's going to have to settle for 9th position for now. 9th, of course, last position in this race. Looking forward up the pack there. No drivers off the track. Nobody spinning around. Nothing untoward's happening. Although Box getting a little deep there into the rear of Tiku. Tiku, remember, started on 3rd place, already back in 6th.
What a remarkable start for Venom, though. Already up to 2nd and playing tail gunner for Liège, who leads off the start of the race. Venom just trying to hold back Lightning once more, and
look at the acceleration. The acceleration on that 919, pulling itself, dragging itself in front of the IndyCar of Lightning. And this, surely, Shay, is this race absolutely in the books for Red Bull already. We're halfway through the first lap, and Lightning is going to need to find a way through.
Lightning needs to get it done sooner than later, because the longer that Venom stays in front of him, the longer that we will see Liège stretching away his advantage. Already on the back half of this circuit, time is running out as nearly 1 of the 8 laps complete.
The stakes have never been higher. All these teams, all these drivers fighting, shucking their way through the track in the hopes of finding their way at the offline final. $250,000 is the prize pool, and every single one of those drivers will have a few plans, a few ways of spending a little bit of that readies. Here's Lightning up the inside into the last corner. This is Sunset Bend. Shay was telling us about how the light can get into your eyes here and dazzle the drivers. Lightning up and through and into 2nd. There's a little gap to Liège, but not an unassailable one. This race is on.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet, but as long as Lage does everything perfectly, he does hold the advantage over Lightning. They are both running the low downforce version of the IndyCar, but Venom did everything he could. He was just a sitting duck as they exited turn 16 and went on that long backstretch towards 17.
Well, remember, it was the exit of the first hairpin here that we're running down to now for the second time of asking, where Venom found his way through on lap 1. So we're in the right place here, riding on board with TX3 Lightning, because this may be the moment for Venom to find a way through. It isn't, so Lightning's done enough, at least to hold himself in the lead for a little longer, and can get his eyes forward, get that car pushing as fast as it can in the clean air to catch this guy, the man who always seems to have a target on his back, Shay, and it's RBR Lage.
Venom is still right there with Lightning, though. I wouldn't exactly take too much pressure off of looking forward for Lightning. He still has a Red Bull right behind him that he needs to get rid of before he looks for the Red Bull ahead of him.
Go through the back section of the track, and this long double left of Bishop making way for turn 15 here and towards Le Mans turn 16, and that back straight. It's the pit lane complex just over the wall there, Shay, and it's a very busy place this time of year.
That's the pit lane where the WEC houses their cars during the 1,000 miles of Sebring, which happens the day before the 12 hours of Sebring. But fun fact about Sebring International Raceway, my dad raced there for the first time in 1980, and there were hay bales denoting the edge of the track. He did get lost his first time around because he drove through the wrong set of hay bales. Wasn't exactly laying out the course as we see it here today, but he made up for it, Ali. He went on to win that year, so it's all good.
All right, that's all fine.
Yeah.
He learned the track pretty quick after finding himself on a farm somewhere in Florida. Well, excellent to hear. Didn't get hit by an alligator either.
No, he didn't, but there are chicken farms around. There's a lot of dangers to watch out for around Sebring International Raceway. And the Indy cars do test here in the off-season, but they do not run the full course. They run a much more abbreviated version of this track, so we don't actually have the direct lap time comparisons between IndyCar and the LMP1 hybrids.
Well, Lage is running pretty strong for Red Bull Racing in first. Venom in third is doing a great job. RBR Box is the final of their three drivers, and he's back there in 6th place. We're on board right now with TX3 Mr. Jack, though, who, well, he'd love to make that change. He'd love to sneak on by, and looks like he may have a chance here in the 919.
Yeah, it's an interesting relationship, though, for Mr. Jack. His self-proclaimed enemy being Lage, the teammate of Box, but he's somebody who's been known to not necessarily hold up as well under pressure. So now it's TX3 Mr. Jack applying the pressure to Box, who, quite frankly, doesn't even know he's there. Box is already looking at the next position up.
It's nice to see Mr. Jack out racing, and you go hopping on board a couple of cars ahead. You can actually see Mr. Jack just behind there in 7th, and it's Box breathing down the neck right now of Hurricane. Just to stay on Mr. Jack for a moment, though, it is nice to see him out racing because TX3, long known as a French team, and Mr. Jack, the only French driver still racing, at least at this level, for TX3 on Forza Motorsport 7. So a little bit of the roots of the team here with Mr. Jack, who's been with them for a very, very long time and continues to impress.
Box has gotten around the other Porsche 919 that was AMS Huracan, so now the two Porsches are lying astern as Box looks to go even more forward. That's now 1st, 3rd, and 5th for Red Bull Racing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Williams will be watching on between fingers in horror, because they know that Red Bull Racing, if they score well in this final race, if they can hold on, and they will be pushing themselves to the top of that leaderboard coming out of our first round. It's been a difficult week, I imagine, for Williams, who have had to sit there and watch on without getting the opportunity to race, of course being knocked out in round 2 last week by Red Bull Racing. And, well, here Red Bull are mopping up and doing a fantastic job of it.
Did Venom get passed? When I was just watching the leaderboard scroll, yes, now he's down into 4th position as TX3 Wesley gets around Venom. Ooh, well, that's even more implications because now TX3 is 2nd and 3rd.
Wow. TX3 have impressed so much today, and showing their form to be a team that aren't to be dismissed. They're not to be written off as a young team or written off as a team that just haven't gelled, but are truly competitors in this championship, and people who we could very well see at the final.
Yeah, for TX3 Wesley, he needs to stake a claim, needs to let us know what kind of a driver he is, and he's been doing exactly that today. already been at the game for 5 years, went a bit wide into 17. Now, there are about 1 million different lines through turn 17, and it's all about avoiding the bumps. You don't want to get too close to the apex because you'll find yourself being pushed back out toward the wall. But Wesley had a good line through there and pulled away from Venom.
Such an amazing circuit here at Sebring, and a great place to end our second week of competition. Our final race of the day here, of course. We'll be back next week with more racing for you, and also in the midweek as Box, a little bit of a choreographed moment there for the Red Bull Racing team. Box is released by Venom to chase down Wesley up the road from them. Venom and, Box and Wesley both in the same Peugeot 905, so perhaps a sort of parity of kits there being preferenced by the Red Bull strategy.
Yeah, I think you're right on that, Ali. You know what the best part is about ending with a race at Sebring? It's only a 2.5-hour drive home. It's not that bad.
Perfect for you, Shay.
Yeah.
A little bit further than that for me, but that's all good. Worth it to come and get a little bit of the Florida sun. Not when I retire.
Exactly.
I'll be just off the track.
You'll be living with the alligators. Let's check in with AMS Huracan a little bit further back in the field, and Tiku, who is currently ahead of Huracan in the Peugeot, and this is shaping up to be a nice little battle. It's more relevant, especially considering where the other TX3 runners are. AMS right now 7th and 8th and 9th. That is not ideal for Alien Motorsport.
Well, with a bit of back of the napkin maths here, with our many napkins that we have on the desk. There we go.
Math.
More math. If things finish as they are now, Red Bull Racing, I believe, will have done enough. Of course, penalties being not changing anything. They will have done enough to beat Williams on the overall leaderboard. So Red Bull have reached that threshold that we've been looking for, that threshold where they'll top the leaderboard. That said though, Shay, it's lap 6 of 8 and a little bit the witching hour for Red Bull Racing. Throughout this whole week of racing, we've seen them picking up penalties in the mid-race, getting a little bit sloppy at this point. And I mean, right now, if I'm ASICS, I'm starting to get just a little bit nervous watching my guys on track.
Yeah, perhaps maybe missing a breath every now and then. ASICS, 24 years old, from France, the coach of this team. He's got a very strong relationship with Liège, and that's something that we've seen play out over the course of the tournament so far. But it's the relationship with Box and Venom that we really will be being tested here, as Box up into 4th and Venom in 5th. They're pretty much in delicate isolation right now. Actually, all 3 of the drivers are in delicate isolation. Nobody's really around them to issue them a penalty. That's a good thing.
No, you're right. You're right. It would take an unforced error, if you like, a moment of a lapse in concentration for these drivers. This field really spreading out a little bit here in the late race, and well, I wonder if that's the effect of these teams learning, picking up their strategies over the day, and now being able to execute it in such a way that, well, everyone's running their fastest race and no one's really that close to each other.
Or perhaps a bit of fatigue, Ali. I mean, some of these teams further down, TX3, they're still well up and in it, but Alien Motorsport, they haven't had the best of days today. Right now, running at the back of the field for all 3 of their cars, maybe there's just a sense of, well, this is what we're going to get. Why keep trying? Why give our best?
You may be right there. You may be right. AMS looking a little bit slumped in this late race moment. I will say TX3, 2nd and 3rd, are looking great though. The TX3 team are on board with Lightning. Race winner in race number 1, race winner in race number 2, and well, currently sitting in 2nd place. You can see a little dot in the distance there from time to time, just when the weather's right and the skies are clear. You can see a little Liège there in the distance, so he hasn't checked out altogether, and Lightning still in touch with our leader, and what a great performance he's done throughout the day. A first, and if things end as they are, a 2nd, you can't complain with that.
Well, a first, a 2nd, a 2nd, because he crossed the line first at VIR, but then had the penalty
Quite
issue.
right, penalised a 2nd, you're right.
Yep, but still a great effort, particularly when going up against the strength of Red Bull Racing. I'm very much impressed by Wesley, though, especially at Sebring. He has really risen to the top of this field, and coming up into the 3rd place, he's ahead of a lot of people that, well, maybe he hasn't been in the races past.
Just one position behind Red Bull Racing Box, looking forward up the track. You can see Wesley just disappearing through the back sector of the track there. Box, well, we knew that he started towards the rear here for Red Bull in their lowest grid spot. He was the driver tasked with the hardest job and that's of course of moving up through the field. He moves right the way onto the right-hand side there on the back of the track. I'm unsure why, maybe just because he knows he's on screen and wants to do something a little bit wild.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you would normally do in any situation, particularly because the marbles, as they come off the tires, the used rubber, that's where it tends to accrue, and that would actually screw up your ride height, your comfort settings. I mean, everything about the car then becomes more difficult to drive. So, very interesting choice for Box to go wide there.
Well, the white flag is out here at Sebring. We're in the final lap, and surely a victory lap for the Red Bull Racing team, led by Lage, who's just taken result after result here. It's been tumultuous. He hasn't had it all his own way. It hasn't been easy, but Lage has found his way through, and well, here it is, writ large on the screen. Red Bull Racing dominating in the Forza Racing Championship 2019.
For sure, a day that they will be proud of, particularly after last week. All they wanted to do was get more points than Williams. They didn't do it in their first race last weekend. They didn't do it in the first race today, but they are sitting in a position to finally be king of the hill for the final time in this first round.
Just 2-3 more corners stand between Lage and that checkered flag as we head up the back straight here for the final time of asking. That 2.2 litre turbocharged V6 rearing up and powering us down this back straight. He's been so in tune with Lage and so in tune with his attitude to driving. He's such a racer. Driver who loves to be professional in the way he approaches these events, and he will have practiced, and that practice has paid off as he crosses the line, taking victory in the third race of match 4. Lightning forced back into second place, and it's going to be Red Bull Racing all the way from then on. Box and Venom, both very strong results as well.
A great day for Venom, a great bounce back after last weekend being the third driver of 3. Today, he was again the third driver, but he wasn't, because he was the second most, if not the most important driver on their team.
You're so right. What a change in attitude from Venom from last week to this week, where last week, maybe because of the car, maybe because of the kit he had, he just always looked a bit slumped, always at the back. This time really forthright, pushing really hard. Great to see.
Very, very good to see it. It brings his morale back up, it brings the team back up, and it showed that they have 3 players on that team who were within the top 4 of the championship last year, but they have 3 guys on the team, and each one of them matters.
Well, what a week of racing we've had here. It seems to fly by, Shay. But what's your best moment from today's action?
You mean besides trying to convince you the difference between an aardvark and an armadillo?
I mean on track.
On track. Lightning's win in the first race was just so unexpected and so magnificent. To see what he was able to do at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Lightning, you get my vote.
Yeah, that was absolutely awesome. Lightning coming out and surprising everyone was great to see. I think for me, though, it comes back to Venom again. I think that nice thought of just Venom really just embracing that role, and he looks so positive out there on track. Yeah. I've been loving seeing that. Kate, let's pass that question on to you. Whereabouts of it, what's your favorite moment from today?
You know what? Initially, I thought Hurricane. I liked seeing him get out there in front. Him probably building a little bit of confidence there. And although maybe that wasn't exactly how he wanted it to go, maybe it was the car, whatever it was, it worked for him. And I imagine there was some confidence. Brian?
For me, it was TX3 all up. Lightning, we expected him to be one of the fastest in the field, but he got great support from Mr. Jack and Wesley throughout the day. Provisionally here in race 3, we have Wesley up in a podium spot, it looks like. So great support from a team that maybe we downplayed a little in the beginning of match 4.
I'll take the perfect form. The first time we saw it, Red Bull got a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place in a race.
Yeah, that's impressive. You have Tiku, and I don't know, I think it was a really good mix of a little underdog, the little things that we expected. We have the Red Bull Racing replays here, and I think we saw some unexpected, and we saw some things that we were expecting as well.
We saw Venom get a great start and do his best to hold off Lightning so Lage could get a gap and hold that gap. So I think even Venom was probably feeling, I'm not going to be up here in 2nd place forever, but I'm going to do my part as a teammate to make sure Lage gets away.
All it took was 1 lap. Yeah, clearly, you just saw Lage take off. I think Lage ultimately had the pace over Lightning, particularly here at Sebring, but Venom is the reason why.
What do you think Lage and Box are thinking now, putting their controller on, Brian?
Yeah, I'm sure Lage is really happy. I'm sure Box has got some frustration, you know. This was Red Bull's opportunity to really double down on points. Box had an unfortunate incident in race number 2 where he was in the pits. So Box is probably feeling a little bit disappointed. Lage is saying, hey guys, look what we can do when we're firing on all cylinders.
Andy, would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. Box took provisionally 4th in that race. Big recovery there. He did what he had to do. Venom took 5th. Another huge haul of points.
Very interesting. I think on the overall, Red Bull Racing had one job to do today. They knew it. I imagine I had this idea in my head that if they were all together in the same place, all hands were in, and they're like, beat Williams Racing.
Like Power Rangers.
like 107, woo.
Right.
And in my head, that was kind of the mentality. And I think it'll be interesting to see on that numbers game if it plays out the exact way that they had hoped for.
You know what I want? I want a live look in to the coaches talking to the Boxes, the Lages, and the Venoms of the world.
Do we know somebody who can make that
right.
happen?
But seriously, what is ASICS telling these guys?
Yeah.
Is he radio silent and letting them doing their thing and they're just conferring in between races? Or is he coaching them? I think that's fascinating. You could imagine it being different, slightly different for every team. But boy, when you have all the pace in the world, you got the right strategy. What does a coach like ASICS need to do to push them just that bit further?
I think ASIC's job in this second group of races, this second match, was a lot easier than the first one.
You think so?
Yes.
Even though their goal was we knew from ASICS and talking with ASICS that match number 4 was what they were striving for today. They knew it.
It's hard to know that before the race, but certainly as we saw those races develop, it was Lightning versus Red Bull.
Yeah.
But you could make the argument that in the second set of the second match, that Red Bull Racing had plenty of pressure on them. All of a sudden, TX3's coming up on them. All of a sudden, Lightning's beating Lage, and what became a guaranteed points haul, especially when you consider Lage going off in a race, Box having to pit, they've still got pressure on them. ASICS had a job to do to keep those guys calm.
Well, let's see how the race actually shook down as it related to the results. It was Lage, to be fair, guys, Lage did his job today across the board. There was some penalties. There was a stop and go across the board. There was a couple of runoffs. Things happened to Lage, but as in Lage fashion, got the job done. Lightning there in second. These are, of course, provisionally what we're seeing. Wesley in third, Box in fourth, Venom, Mr. Jack, and so on and so forth there at the bottom. What surprises you?
I have to say, Tico had such a great race number 2 with that podium finish. He finishes 8th here. Feels a little disappointing to me, especially because he had a boost in this race. And I know Huracan was talking in chat, Andy, about how he really needs to double down.
Yeah, he said, I tried real hard, but clearly it wasn't hard enough. He's got to get his elbows out. I kind of agree. We didn't see many penalties handed out. We're not quite there yet, but we didn't see many penalties all day. I like the elbows out.
And let's add, confidence will help him get those elbows out, right? The more he's successful at the front, the more he's running in front of, Red Bull Racing, the more he will be able to do so.
I want to see more of those moves where they put him in the front in the 919 and he just makes something happen. He gets his elbows out and shows those guys around.
Powerful. As you can see, the race results, as we're seeing from the overtakes, the final points, that was a very quick one, but Lage was at the top, and the match results are in, and this is obviously what the whole day was about for Red Bull Racing, was this particular match results, and boom, my friends.
They did it. Wow. Red Bull Racing pips Williams by 2 points overall. They are the current points leader. My eye's going there, but you can't not look at TX3 with 96. That's 2 points shy of Red Bull's total last week. So they've got to be over the moon about this.
We would have thought 96 could win some weeks as we get further onto the season.
Yeah, this is very interesting. And as we see what the season results are there at the end of how all those points kind of add up together, this is what I was interested to see. JOTA actually, in fourth there, trying to play ball as Lazarus. I'm surprised that Lazarus is in fifth right now. If they're going to have to, step up their game, if you will.
JOTA needs more out of Boca and South. Commando did his job today. We saw it earlier in match 3. Commando drove brilliantly all day long. But for those guys to pip somebody like TX3, they're going to need maximum results out of all 3 of their drivers.
Sauber down there in 6th. wow, what a competitive group this really is. It's so impressive what these drivers are able to put together and how this team aspect is really elevating the game that much more and really making these guys have to work together, yet at the same time, obviously they want their own individual wins. So it's super fascinating.
It's what Andy said earlier today. Now we've seen every team on the track. We have something to expect from each of these teams. Now, that isn't to say that all of these guys aren't going back to the drawing board and figuring something out next week when we've got racing saloons, but different cars, different tracks. But now we have seen a little bit of what to expect of each of these 13 teams.
Each team learned something this weekend. Looking forward to next week.
Right.
Can they implement those things that they've learned?
And let's take a look at what happens next week and for the rest of the season and why this is so important. We talked about off camera, we were trying to figure out what this round 2, match number 1, what Red Bull was going to be up against. That's actually going to be a cool combination of teams in one match, if you ask me.
I'm curious if that means, I think that's Team Highlands.
Yeah, Red Bull Racing, that actually should be THR.
Yeah, THR will be in place of Red Bull Racing there for round number 2, going up against the Sauber, the Mordor Game Club, and the TX3. Boy, another great matchup of teams there, especially that TX3 and Sauber matchup. Sauber, you got to feel like Chemical's going to have a better week next week. He's going to bounce back, but you're going up against what is now one of the heavy hitters, TX3.
Well, don't count out THR. Okay. Virus is back.
Yep.
We're hearing Virus is back. I know he's already on the track practicing.
Good for him.
He's a top 10 driver in the world. Look for THR to have a recovery week in round 2.
Well, the time that we've all been waiting for. It's a conversation with Asics, and I think there's a lot to talk about with him, even from after match 3, now after match 4. Asics, my friend, can you hear us from Burbank, California?
Yep, I hear you. Yeah.
Hey,
I hear you.
congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I asked you after match 3 if scale 1 to 10, you said what, an 8 or so, 9? How do you feel now after you guys have successfully matched with succeeded your goal for today?
I'd say it's not even only me, but for the whole team, I think we should. We all think that we could actually score a little bit more points. So we didn't have a really good luck during this race, but we managed to catch the lead back and have some pretty decent results, especially in the first race. So yeah, I'd say maybe 6 or 7. Yeah, because I'm perfectionist and I always need more, you know.
What would it actually take to score more points at this point in time, if you could kind of think back over the last couple of events?
Avoiding contacts or maybe penalties that we had, but except that the driving skill from the drivers was absolutely insane. So just be more careful about all the drivers and what happened on the track, because there is a lot of difference in terms of levels of driving between the drivers. So that's what makes the races so how can I say it, so hard actually, because everybody is actually crashing each other. So yeah.
Minor detail. As it relates to the 3 drivers that were out on track today, each of them offer something different for the team. What did you see individually for Box, for Lage, and for Venom?
Venom is actually really fast with the car. He always, for now, he always took the slowest car, but he managed this time to make a really great job by actually make Lightning lose a little bit of time on Sebring, closing doors. It was actually really good. Bog's job was actually to follow Lage with the 905, because the car has a pretty similar pace. And he managed to do that pretty well too. He had some trouble in the last race, but can happen. And Lage is only doing Lage. I mean, he just has to be first and then just win races, and he knows how to do that. I mean, we just have to let him be first, and then everything happened.
That's so impressive. How much communication is actually happening in the middle of the race? What are you telling these guys?
I'm actually not telling them a lot of things. I'm telling them if someone has a penalty, some infos that they can have while racing, but if there is no penalties or infos, I just say nothing and just let them racing.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's very interesting.
They know how to do it.
Yeah.
They know. Yeah.
They know, but of course having that little person reminding them in their ear, that guy of advice and insight and wisdom, it's always good to have too. As you look forward to round number 2, match number 1, and maybe match number 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth, who is going to be the biggest competitor next week for Red Bull Racing?
Yeah, I didn't see actually the actual team that we are going to race against. But yeah, it's definitely, I mean, we don't take any matches more seriously than another. Like every team has the chance to actually score points. So we need to be at our best every time. So we just want to look at the cars and just practice like we did before and just try to win over and over.
Well, congratulations to you and the team. Very deserving win, points, and being at the top of the series so far. Congrats, Asics. Well, obviously, as the season progresses, you heard him, they just want to do the best. They don't take one or two of these, event weekends or races any differently than the other, and that's obviously what's really important as the season progresses. And it's really going to come down to these individual matches that really build the championship at the end.
For sure, and now that Red Bull Racing is atop the points, it's now time for Williams to react. It's now time for JOTA to react. Can they, the ball's in their court now. Now they have a target they're chasing. You can see in the graphic here that Williams doesn't race until match 3 so that's on October 12th. So Williams has a lot of time, especially as the previous point total leader, to formulate a strategy, figure out what they're going to be driving, and they're going to be able to watch exactly what's happening next weekend and react accordingly.
Asics wasn't looking ahead just yet.
Let us do that.
We can do that. I'll do that for him. They already beat JOTA Esports once today, and they're racing again.
I enjoyed the celebrations just for a moment here and there. That's what it's all about, really.
To me, it's we're looking a little bit too far ahead here because we've still got next weekend. But if we talk about Red Bull, it's JOTA. You could potentially have a Williams, Red Bull, JOTA all in the same round. That's going to be fascinating.
Can you imagine? That's
going to be incredible.
Championship in and of itself. That's what this series is all about, and I think that's what makes it a lot of fun for not only us who are watching, those who are driving in it, and of course the community altogether. But before we wrap everything up, we want to make sure you have all of the information as to where you can find anything that's happening in the ForzaRC. And coming up, we have some heavy hitter weekends in the next few weeks. We'll all be spending some time together. It's kind of fun.
Racing saloons, right? It's closer to the cars we drive every day, right? We're out of the world of LMP and IndyCar and into these racing saloons that I know that some of these drivers are going to be very happy, Andy, to get out of the race cars and into something a bit more manageable.
We were expecting, I was expecting a rock fight, not quite that today, but the racing saloons, you think there's enough room, a more traditional car? Yeah, maybe get one bag of groceries in some of these DTMs or what we'll see next week, but that's about it.
These are
still race cars.
These are cars that can make contact with one another. They're not going to be spinning around at a gentle whisper. These are cars that can make some contact.
Yep.
Well, and of course, as we were getting ready and marking your calendars for what's to come with the ForzaRC, there's our buddy Mellish. There he is. Look at that face. The Mellish show is Wednesday at 8 a.m. Pacific time, so make sure you join everyone in the Forza community to watch that. And of course, there's a poll that's going to be pushed out here, which is what car divisions would you prefer to see on the Mellish show?
Okay.
Please go ahead and vote on Twitch. That's we want to make sure we get all that information out, and so that Mellish can have all the insights that he can have for his show.
I want more driving lessons. I learned so much on that 919 lesson. I want to see how he's attacking racing saloons.
I want more Forza branded jackets.
Right? You like that? You taking that home?
I'm pretty certain he's not taking
out
it
of
off.
here. Yeah,
run.
Yeah, I'm running. Out of here.
He was super stoked because they reminded him of a race suit earlier today. So I feel like we're going to be seeing you, Andy, and that jacket to come for many more weekends. Anyways. Well, of course, make sure you let us know how we're doing here with the ForzaRC, whether it be the show within the community. We'd love to hear from you. Go ahead and link it, go to Twitch.
Follow that survey.
You can
Survey
click,
right
Oh,
below.
yeah.
click in the link in
Do
Twitch.
that survey.
That's going to be right there in chat. That's going to be the easiest way to do that. But let us know. Of course, like I said, we love to hear from you and keep that feedback coming, no doubt.
And don't forget, everybody who fills out that survey gets the 3-month Game Pass trial, Game Pass Ultimate trial.
You get a pass. You get a pass.
Everybody's getting passes. More than 100 games, Xbox games you can download and play for free, for no additional cost, I should say. Yeah, it's a great value.
Hey, SMP didn't get any passes today.
That's right.
But come back next
that's harsh.
week. I want to see them race.
That's harsh.
Any final thoughts, you two?
Everybody's made a statement for good or ill.
Yep.
Now's the chance to put that book behind you and start a brand new book. Round 2 begins next weekend.
Can't wait. Do it all over again. Isn't that crazy?
So good. It's so good. Well, a big thanks to all of you for joining us today and being part of our community, joining in the chat. You drivers and racers and teams out there, thank you as well. It's a lot of fun to be part of the series. For Shay and Allie and Andy and Brian, the cast of hundreds that are putting this show on, I'm Katie Osborne. We thank you. We hope to see you at the same place, same time next week for round 2, match number 1.